Hello. Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Goldie. All right, I think I have everything I need. Let me plug in me hands. Let me check. Let's have a look. Come on, hands. There we go. Yep, the hands are tracking. The face is tracking, which is good. Oh my god, what did you get? What did you get? You got an octopus head. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. All right. Ooh, another thingamadoogie to follow. Ding, dong, bam. Boom. Alrighty then. Someone has a fryer I can borrow? Clearly, you don't own an air fryer. Hi everyone, happy Wednesday, welcome, welcome. I hope everyone is doing alright tonight. Hopefully I'm coming in through it clearly. Hopefully there is... excuse me. Save that draft real quick. Yippee! Welcome, Vol. Thank you, Shinzo, for being the first one to the stream. I greatly appreciate it. Glad to see that starting slightly early gets people prompted and at the ready to come join in on the streams. Greatly appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Let's see who else is there. There's Real Shinzo. There's Artemis. Hi, Artemis. We got, let's see, Real Shinzo. We have Callium that's just recently lurked because they got to go to sleep. All good. I think they're over in the North American time zone, so it's like, you know, proper late for them.
Hetvideo restaurant paid me to say I'm going to surprise you. I don't have a fryer, deep or air. It's not about the health thing, but the fact I want to avoid using it every day.
Look, fair enough. Hang on, I'm just gonna take a real quick sippies, alright? So yeah, I have an air fryer. It was gifted to me. I have an air fryer that was gifted to me thanks to old housemates. I think they were trying to like sweeten the pot in making me giving up my refrigerator when I first moved like 2 like apartments ago or something like that. But I was not having that kind of business. So I kept it with me and such like that. I definitely did use it for quite a bit. But, yeah, no, I'm not using it as often very much ever since I've done this. Holy shit, 99% himbo. Good work there, Het. That's a really high rating. Nice. But yeah, so, Brain, you can do this. You can do the whole, if my brain will actually do the thingamadoogie, but it is not doing the thingamadoogies. But yeah, so like, you know, diet changes and what have you, but then, you know, I've moved into this place for the last, let's see, this is yeah, so I'm now like month 4 into this new place. So I've used it like 1 or 2 times. Oh my god, Artemis, 97% bimbo. Chat, that's my girlfriend. That's my girlfriend. Fucking maximum bimbo energies over here. The snow leopard. Absolute positively filled. Mwah. Love you. Hey there, Shinzo. Oh my god, what is with my robot? Why is my robot giving such high ratings? It gave Het like 99%. It gave Vol 85%. Tenmux was an odd one out with 24. Hells yeah. Love you. Love you. Love you too, Artemis. Mwah. But yeah, so... There we go. So yeah, so... Oh, I've been in this like apartment for a few months now, which is actually really good. Slowly getting into a bit of a cadence with it, which is nice. Hi, I only got 24. Yeah, odd one. You were the exception to all the high himbo ratings and bimbo ratings and what have you. So I'm small and adorable. Good for you, 10 bucks. Just like good for you. But yeah, so where is my brain trying to go with all of my words and my fanciness? It's going somewhere. My brain will do the thing. My brain will do the thing. Kismet the Proto, welcome. First time chatter as well, and the first thing you had to check was that himbo rating. Oh, good. You can be one of the himbros. Tenmux is 99% cute. It's 3 a.m. for me. You can check your cute rating as well. That's a thing. Like, look at this. I can check Tenmux's cute rating. Let's see. Does it hit 99%? 95%. That is a very high cute rating. So yeah, Artemis was not far off. She's very smart. Despite like, you know, despite the high bimbo ratings that she gets and what have you in my streams, she a smart cookie. She a very smart snap with great curiosity and great intelligence. But yeah, see, I was right. Yeah. It's broken. You're absolutely positively cute. That's a broken thingamadoogie. Or 10 Mugs broke it. That's what happened. 10 Mugs broke my robot. That's what's happened.
Nani?
So yeah. Omega is only 2% bimbo. Yeah, sorry, Kismet. You can't. If you're a himbo, you can't check your bimbo rating. If you're bimbo, you can't check your himbo rating. I've made so if you set up your pronouns via. So I can't be both. Now you can't be both. I've set up some like pronoun thingamadiggy, so it actually it's technically, this is gonna get into some like little technical speak or what have you, but the actual like ratings isn't explicitly a himbo, bimbo, thembo. It's actually it's a thembo rating, technically speaking. So what happens is that whichever one you pick, like if you don't have your pronouns set, then it will go with like whichever command you grabbed. But if you do have your pronouns set, then it will go and, you know, use the appropriate dictionary value for your pronouns. So if your pronouns, for instance, are they, them, for instance, as your primary, then it will go with thembo. If it's he, hims, then it goes himbo. If it's she, her, then it goes bimbo. So welcome back, Vol. Welcome. So yeah, I do have like a little thing where you can force it into being like doing the check for, I think, like, you know, if you're himbo, you can force it to do, if you are a they, them, and you go with bimbo, I think I make it so it allows you to check that. I need to double check if I've made a command to ignore pronouns though, which I know sounds crazy that I would make such a command. Yeah, so I've got a command that's like, it just ignores pronouns, where basically it adds a field into the like the user data to, like, you know, ignore the pronouns if you wish, but that's an opting thing. So it respects the pronouns that you set for yourself, but if you want to, you know, if you put yourself as like he, him on the pronoun system, but you want to, you know, in here, for instance, want to have like bimbo ratings and such, then you just go like, you know, exclamation point, ignore pronouns, or hang on, how many other commands do I have of the ignore? ignore pronouns, pronouns ignore, or no no pronouns. There we go. And then you can be like, you know, yes, like, you know, yes or no or true or false. So I don't have it as a switch thing where it's like if you do the exclamation point with no entry, it will do it. I'll need to do some coding nonsense. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things I should be doing as a streamer, all for the service of, you know, performing better streams. Once, like, first and foremost, get some of the clips that have been done thanks to people such as, hang on, there is someone who in my streams who has been doing clips in the recent memory. Let me find them. Porking King, that's it. So there's been some people who have been doing clips. I greatly appreciate those of you that do the clips. And like, I really should be trying to put those clips into like either stories or into TikToks or what have you, but I always forget to do so. And like, by the time I finish with like work and what have you, I'm tired and I'm either going into streaming where I don't want to put in that much energy, or I'm not streaming and it's like kind of my quote unquote break. So, but I used to be good at this. I used to have all kinds of energies and what have you, but that's no longer the case. I don't have the kind of energy that everyone thinks I have. It's a very muted sort of amount. Hang on a sec, I just need to do some nonsense. I need to put this thing here. I'm gonna close this window because I don't need it anymore. And let's see, what time is it? 6:05? Yeah, I reckon that. You know what, normally I do like, you know, long-winded. He spends a lot of energy stopping me causing chaos. That too. Are like, me and Artemis just we're trying to be the best for each other is what we are. I try and prevent her from, she makes some really cool outfits for me and what have you, because if I didn't have Artemis, you would just find me in just, you know, t-shirts such as these, or like, you know, forever single, you know, silly Barbie shirt, don't care or what have you. But now she makes some really cool, she's gonna make some really cool attires for me and make me, you know, actually prim and proper and such. And I do what I can to stop her from doing absolute chaos and burning things down. She wrote to me that she was excited to burn things. She was like, I get to play with fire. And I'm just like, please don't burn down things that are not supposed to be burned. She's just like, just a little burning, just a little bit. Burning stuff down is fun. Don't encourage my girlfriend Kismet to burn shit down. She can burn down burn down fabrics, because that's like an important part. Like, there's something called a burn test. I don't know if it's a legitimate thing that, you know, fabric design things need to do. Burn test is a legit way to figure out what your fabric is made from. No, we're not doing arson, Vol. We're not going to be conducting arson. We're going to be playing the Uncharted series is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to be doing, is we're going to be playing Uncharted. You may be wondering, Grant, why are you playing the Uncharted series? I'll tell you 2 reasons. Number 1, it's my stream. I get to pick the games. I was a dragon, formerly Witch Dragon Queen. Absolute... What in the world? Hang on. Ah, there we go. For whatever reason, changing signals does a weird thing. Any whoosies. Alright, do I need this cable? Not really. I'm gonna disconnect you for now. Bows to their greatness. Yep. The first case of arson is not enough to get you diagnosed as a pyromaniac. Use your first one wisely. I need to get into my VC real quick, just in case. There we go. Arson or revive. Please do not commit arson in my stream, please. Please don't commit arson. But yeah, Artemis should be a dragon like me. She was a dragon. Honestly, like one of the beauties of like the furry community is like, so like, depending on what factor you are, like, for instance, like like I've gone through like different kinds of personas and what have you before I settled on one that was like, yes, this is gonna be mine, where I went with a zebra. And the reason why I stuck to the zebra is I started commissioning artwork featuring this zebra. Now, the zebra that you see before you was not the first draft. I did not make myself like, you know, this, you know, hyper muscular enthusiast and what have you. The first iteration of my zebra was a little more like, you know, basic shaped and what have you, like no exaggeration in one way or another. But, you know, over the years, like I finally decided on, you know what, because I thought to myself, what do women love? Big, strong men. That's what I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be a big, strong zebra because that's what they want. And then lo and behold, before Artemis Snap came into the picture, there were not women that were coming after the big, strong zebra. It was a lot of other big, strong men coming after the zebra. I peer-reviewed my zebra and I got the audience wrong. So, did someone say arson? Oh my gosh. How many of you are gonna start up an arson? Raise my wonderful subject. We shall rule the skies with all dragonkind. Good idea. All right. Here, so, okay. Disclosure. You started this chaos, not me. I didn't. All right. Disclosure time, ladies and I don't care how small the room is. I didn't ask Kismet bringing in the classic D&D. I don't care how. I didn't ask how big the room is. I cast Fireball. Throwing a brick. Oh, that's Scribbly Noodles. Nice. Fireball. Da 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 da. Dun 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 dun. Alrighty. Disclosure time, ladies and gentlemen. I don't like doing this too often, but I feel like it's important to do it ever since, like, you know, Diablo 2 and Mind Sync. Yeah. So, alright, first and foremost, yes, while I have not played the Uncharted series before, there are some elements that I have heard of through the grapevine and, like, you know, just being on the internet and what have you. Yes, this might be if someone's fan favorite. I normally like playing video games or franchises where it's someone's favorite, especially if it's something that is going to be, you know, important for the quote-unquote video game meta. It's weird when you meet people who haven't played very, very popular video games and they call themselves a video gamer. And this is one of those franchises where I feel like most people would have had either a cursory look into it, or they've gone through the entire series. I very much would like to play this. I would very much appreciate no backseating and no spoilers while going through this game. So long as we're all across that, we'll be going through the Uncharted series. We'll see how quickly we get through Drake's Fortune. I don't think, like, as much continuous speed run, Jesus Christ. People sped run this game? I'm not an easy Zeebs. I like to think of myself as a normal Zeebs. But yeah, so please no spoilers as I go through this Uncharted series. Ah, come on. There we go. There must be a beginning of any great matter, but the continuing on to the end until it be thoroughly finished yields the true glory. Sir Francis Drake of 1587. Nice. Hurrah. After I have dinner first.
I'm here off the coast of Panama, where we just recovered what we believe to be the coffin of legendary explorer Sir Francis Drake, who was buried at sea over 400 years ago. Are you sure you want to be defiling your ancestors' remains like that?
You make it sound so dirty. Besides, thought you didn't believe me.
Well, I did do
there's
my
a coffin.
research, and apparently Francis Drake didn't have any children.
Well, history can't be wrong, you know. For example, you can't defile an empty coffin.
Thank you for the shirt change, Dragon.
What the hell?
Good opening twist. Oh, there was a... Was that a seal that was on there, or did they... Never mind.
You devil.
What is it? Come on, hold it up.
No way. Deal was for a coffin. That's it.
Wait a minute. If my show hadn't have funded this expedition, you wouldn't have...
You got your story, lady.
Look, Mr. Drake, you signed a contract. I have a right to see every single thing that's...
Could you hold that thought? Sully, we got some trouble. Hurry it up.
Okay. What's going on?
Pirates.
Pirates?
Yeah, the modern kind. They don't take prisoners.
Oh, he's got a lot of guns.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Why do you need more than one pistol, though?
Shouldn't we call the authorities or something?
Yeah, that'd be a great idea, but we don't exactly have a permit to be here.
What?
Yeah, so unless you want to end up in a Panamanian jail, we should probably handle this ourselves.
Well, what's worse?
You obviously haven't been in a Panamanian jail. Do you know how to use one of these?
Yeah, it's like a camera.
JoJo's told us why this is a bad idea.
Shoot, right?
There's been a lot of IPs that have told us why it's a bad idea to open coffins, and yet we ignore it. But, you know, Nathan Drake lucked out because the coffin was
How
empty.
the hell they find us out here?
These guys have been tailing me for weeks. Thought I lost them.
So what'd you do to piss them off?
It's kind of a long story.
Oh, shit.
These guys don't...
Oh, okay, cover.
Do they?
Less talking, more shooting.
Yeah! Headshot, there we go.
Hurry up, Sully.
Alright, so reloading is easy. Hang on. Square? Alright, so square is punching. A is jumping. O is to... gets behind the nearest cover. Cool. The... where the
They're climbing aboard!
Oh!
Oh, no, you don't.
Uh-huh. 3, 4. There we go. Oh. Alright, so I'm not gonna get rid of you that easily. And then... Ow.
Sully, where are you?
Oh, shit. Yep. For someone that's only in a wetsuit, you are very resilient to bullets, or very lucky in bullets. Sorry, not...
Oh my god, Drake! That one's got some kind of rocket launcher.
Okay, that's not good.
What's that?
Woo! All right, Sully!
Cool. Ah, okay, so right bumper is to...
My security deposit back.
Cavalry's here.
Oh, thank God.
2 pistols is cool. Unfortunately, we didn't get to play with 2 pistols, so...
Whole ship's gonna blow. We gotta jump.
Oh, wait.
What are you doing?
Okay.
Ah, yes, priorities.
All right.
I'm liking this. I'm liking this so far. Hey, Hog Wild. Love the lady on there. What started the whole, like, ah, yes, sexy lady on the ship?
I can't leave you alone for a minute, can I?
I had everything under control until they blew up the boat. You all right?
Nothing that years of therapy won't fix.
Yeah.
Well,
Good
if
quips.
it isn't the beautiful and talented Elena Fisher.
Flattery will get you screen time.
Yeah, I'm more of a behind-the-scenes kind of guy. Victor Sullivan.
Christ's sakes.
Ah, Victor.
What do you say we get out of here before we attract any more attention?
Good for him.
Well?
Little present from Sir Francis.
Oh, so you found the coffin. Wait a minute, is this what I think it is?
Drake's lost diary. He faked his death, just like I said, Sully. He must have been onto something big.
Yeah, well, let's just keep that between us.
Thanks for the loan, Mr. Drake. I think I've earned a look at that diary when we land.
So look, when Drake sailed into the Pacific, he took the Spanish fleet completely by surprise.
Drake faked his death.
He took all their maps.
Wrong Drake, Kismet.
Recorded everything in this diary.
We're talking about a far more accomplished Drake than the musician. We're talking about Francis Drake, the Spanish explorer.
Yeah, so
You
this...
see, Drake discovered something on that voyage, Sully. Something so secret and so valuable, they couldn't risk it getting out.
All right, Nate, just pretend for a minute that I don't really care about any of that stuff and cut to the chase, would you?
Yep.
A man only interested in the climax. He must be a real hit with the ladies.
Never had any complaints.
Okay, then. I'll jump to the good part, just for you.
Ho, ho, ho.
The City of Gold, El Dorado.
El Dorado.
He was onto something big, all right.
Does it say anything else?
Oh, so now you're interested, huh?
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, no. Last page was torn out. I'm telling you, Sully. This is it. This is finally it.
Yeah. Only... we got one little problem.
Yes, that's what I said. It blew up.
Francis Drake was English? Oh!
That's why we
I thought
have
he was
insurance,
Spanish.
right?
Whoops.
Oh. Oh no, the camera? No, the camera's fine. Don't worry about the camera, no. Still as good as new.
Sully, the girl can hold her own. You should have seen her.
Fine. You go on out there and you tell her, we just found the lost city of gold. Maybe her producer can get it on the air tonight.
Oh, come on.
Nate, do you trust me?
More or less.
Good. Because we're gonna have every two-bit scumbag in the world racing us to this treasure unless we cut her loose right now.
You're a real gentleman, Sully.
I know. It stinks. She'll get over it.
I wonder,
No,
like,
I don't-
is
I
there
don't care
other...
if we're over budget.
Is
I
there
mean,
other people,
do you
like,
realize
after
that
this?
could be,
Because
like,
we have the
biggest
only
story
copy.
Of the year? Hi. No, I don't trust him, okay? That's why we need to move fast. So just get me the camera crew, and I promise you that...
That's okay. Hey, Elena. Victor doesn't trust you either.
Should have seen that one coming. Ugh.
Oh, hold on. Hold on, kid. I'm not as young as I used to be.
How old are you?
Yeah, you weren't too old for that little barmaid in Lima, were you?
Ha! Well, that was different. Although I must admit, equally as strenuous.
Well, hang in there, old-timer. We're just about there.
You know, this reminds me. I ever tell you about the time I pawned a phony 16th century Santo off on Pablo Escobar? Risky move, but by the time he figured it out, I was... Nate, are you even listening to me?
Yeah, no.
Hanging on every word.
Pablo Escobar, you tricked him. Alright, so we can just jump wherever we want. Is there anything up here? No. Okay. Am I gonna have to deal with, like, collectibles in this game?
Francis Drake came all the way up here, huh? We're an awful long way from England.
Hopefully so. Excuse me, nose.
Well?
I don't get it. According to this, we're right on top of the mark.
Maybe you're not reading that thing right. Let me see it.
No, this is the place.
There's nothing here, Nate. Another goddamn dead end.
Easy, Sully. Just relax. Let's take a look around.
Like, okay, hopefully this game doesn't give me eagle vision or
Trying to find a
something.
bride in a brothel.
You can find many brides in many brothels, Sully. The question is whether you find a good bride in a brothel.
Hell no. This is more like it.
Okay, so far, exploration. Not opening up eagle vision or something like that and, you know, being told where to go.
Nah, it's older than that. Like 2,000 years older.
Huh.
What's older than the Incans? Yep, thank you for the tutorial. Okay. So we definitely... Hey, look, birds of paradise.
Anything?
I know that
Nothing
flower. Uh-huh. Oh,
Be careful up there.
Whoa! Whoa!
okay, so I'm guessing... Ow. Okay, so O is to, like... Okay, so now we have, like, a place to double back in
Hey.
case we fuck up.
There's something funny about the ground down there.
Okay.
It's hollow. We gotta find a way to smash through this.
I'm going to guess the giant fucking boulder that is right over there. Can I shoot it? No. Okay, so shooting does not help. Edge to edge. Interesting that this game doesn't, like, maybe it's because this is like the first of the game and such like that, and it's like just got the whole you know, like it's the first iteration and such, but it doesn't have like what, you know, peeps in the modern video games and such like that complain about, which is the whole, you know, things painted yellow. Like there is no yellow paint to define like what is a climbable surface or what have you. But I will be real with you, like, there is some design... Also, why is there something flashing there? Like... Yeah, do you see it? Right there. Okay. Hang on. Something's flashing. Oh. Nah, that didn't do it. Alright, hang on. Dunk, dunk, dunk. This game does have collectibles. It's... Oh, no, nope, 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 nope. Alright. Here we go, here we go. Jump! Alright. 1, 2, come on, climb up. 60 treasures to choose. God damn it. A jeweled silver monkey. Kind of cool. All right, so
I think I need the flashlights for this one.
do we have a flashlight? Okay, we do. Neurons been firing on all cylinders. Oh yeah, no, it definitely will be on some parts, because this video game here was this is a PlayStation 3 game. This, like, the Uncharted series, like, spawned like Naughty Dog's new transition, because Naughty Dog is known for Crash Bandicoot. The PlayStation series is like PlayStation, the console, is known for mascot platformers. So Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, Papa the Rapper, yada yada yada. Like, there is a number of video games from Sony time, like PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 era, were platformers and a little bit of puzzles and such. Whereas this here was like the first in the line of, like, you know, cinematic games where it's an action adventure with a strong emphasis on, like, you know,
Looks like the Spanish
cinematography and film, like, exploration.
Nate, I'm not looking for a lousy piece of tin. I'm up to my eyeballs in debt.
All right.
Really counting on this one.
Too many big bar tabs in Lima, I guess.
That and, well, just a few bad deals.
Yeah, well, I always told you to stay away from the bad guys. And the bad girls.
Yeah? Look who's talking.
What?
What's that supposed to mean?
That reporter? I saw the way you were eyeing her.
Elena? Please. I snuffed any chance with her the second we ditched her on that dock.
All's fair in love and war, kid.
And what if you can't tell the difference?
Then, my friend, you are in big trouble. Those Spaniards sure left a lot of crap behind.
Can I pick up the Spaniard helmet? Nah, it doesn't look like we have any, doesn't look like there was any, like, treasure left around. But yeah, like, the whole, like, Sony, like identity in terms of, like, video game trends. Because here's the thing. Like, PlayStation games, like, back in the PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, were all about the platformers. Xbox, when they came into the scene, were all about the, like, sort of multiplayer, like, quote-unquote, bro-y games, okay? So, yes, there was multi-console games for things like FIFA and Need for Speed and what have you, but Xbox was where you went to for, you know, the FIFA, the Madden, the Need for Speed, and then later on, Halo, for instance. Very, you know, oh, bro, oh, I can't, school sucks, bro. Or it's like, yeah, university stinks. Girls are yuck. Let's just be guys and play Halo because we're two dudes in a sci-fi army. Like, that was the Xbox thing. Meanwhile, PlayStation was, you know, fun, platforms, mascots. And then they also cornered the market on JRPGs because the people that own Sony were really fucking butthurt about Xbox and decided, hey, let's do a corner market on JRPGs and prevent the American company Microsoft from getting in on it, which is why there's like a huge emphasis on Xbox trying to get into the Japanese market more recently as opposed to when they first released and such. Anywhoosies, Nintendo being like family friendly and, you know, bright colors and what have you.
Quite a drop.
You're not kidding.
I see a red barrel, so red barrel we go shoot. Oh shit.
That'll work.
Hey look, a bridge. And it took me like, what, 10 seconds? 12, tops. How many of you have seen Atlantis, The Lost Empire? That was a good movie. Sully, are you gonna help me with this? Oh, I have to rapidly press? Okay, here we go. Oh, come on.
Here, let me do that.
All right. Huh?
I'll hold it open. See if you can jam it from the other side.
Yep. We got a cart right here.
All right, let go. This ought to hold it.
There we go. So yeah, so in this game, I love destroying ruins to make a bridge. Oh.
That was a little too close. Let's hope this place has
we need to add Atlantis to the movie night list. Haven't watched in ages. Yep, we'll put it on the list.
back door, huh?
You know, this looks familiar. I think there's something in Drake's journal about this.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah, here it is. Looks like this thing is some kind of lamp or brazier. See if you can light it.
Can we...
So, after all your bitching about the cigar, now it comes in handy, huh?
The more history it erases, the better. Yeah, who cares about the Library of Alexandria when we could have had one really great bonfire?
We gotta figure a way to clear this debris.
Huh. Hang on. So... Oh, it won't let me open up the little journal again.
This wood's pretty dry. I bet we could burn it.
Yes, thank you for the advice. Give me a minute. Do I have, like, something to grab to... Now comes...
Shooting one of those lamps down.
Oh, okay. There we go. Too soon. The Great Library of Alexandria is thousands upon thousands of years old. The Great Library of Alexandria was before Dominican, is before the Common Era. We are way past the Great Library of Alexandria at this point. But yeah, also, like, I appreciate the tip there, Sully. Like, you did give me like 2 or 3 hints, but maybe don't be so quick. Granted, I wasn't going to be looking up very soon. Still too soon. It will always be too soon, and the destruction of it was during the Common Era.
Now what?
What? Was it? Ooh, hello. Alright,
Nate? Oh, I might have been able to do that 30 years ago. Oh, God.
Okay. So, wait, so can I climb? Yeah, okay, so I can... Okay, so we just need to... Uh-huh. Oh. Is there... Okay, there was nothing in there. Oh, hello. Okay. Exploding barrels are very explosive. Noted. 2, 3, 4. Oh! So it will let me just jump to my death. Great. My great granduncle died in that fire. That's a lot of greats. Also, is that the correct number of greats? Can someone like double check when was the whatsamahoozy the fire of the Great Library of Alexandria, please? Like,
Not fun.
nope, nowhere near enough. Noted. Okay. All right, is this too close? Nope. Okay, cool. There we go. Ladder. Be happy, Sully. He'll make his way down. Fine, you'll check my notes. Yes, check check the notes. All right, so we remember here that there's a cauldron and we need to get like fire lit. Uh-oh. Ah, okay, so lanterns are here. Going around. Well, they're not moving anytime soon. You ended myself with that explosion when I played this recently too. Lol. We did the same thing. Maybe it's a rite of passage where you're just sort of like, I have no idea like how big the explosion is. You take a fire and it's just like, yep. It's big. Excuse me. Should I have been firing on any of these things? I don't think I needed to. All right.
What do you make of this?
Wait, I recognize these symbols. The order of these signs has some importance.
Okay, so gear, man, spider, angry. The order of these signals has some importance. Cool. So, gear. Hello? Like, can I, like, jump on you, please? Gear. Or, hang on a sec. Maybe there's something I can, like, drag? Let's see. Yep, okay, so these are climbable surfaces. Alright, so... gear.
Hey, something's happening.
Alright. We're looking for man. Which is... yep. Which is this one here. Ish. Where's man? Probably on the bridge. There we go. Man. There were multiple fires that over the centuries led to the full destruction of the library. The one most people think of is the one in 391 common... ah, okay, so it was during the... okay, so we don't want that one. We want spider, which is over here. Can I make the jump? Yeah, I can make... sort of. Spider. And then... we need to jump back around for the angry man. Here we go. Thank you. And angry man. Hey there, Wild Saber. Things are fucked over here. Fucked where? I don't remember where you're from. Wait, was it Ukraine? Were you the Ukrainian? I can't remember. All right.
Yeah, looks like there's a ladder cut into the side. Wait here while I check it out.
No, you're in Kansas. Ah, okay.
Just be careful.
There was someone here that was in Ukraine. That was a bit of a tense moment. 'Cause like political stuff. Okay, so there's the ladder over there. Whoopsies, my bad. But yeah, United States. Why can't the United States just have the arc that New York...
Step
oh,
down there.
Jesus. There we go. Made it. Cool. Loads of chains. Alright. Why can't the rest of the United States get the same, like, you know, narrative arc as New York City? Because I keep hearing good shit going off in New York City.
Getting somewhere.
Tornado rolled through town and power's been out for 2 days now. Ah, shit. I'm sorry to hear. Are you okay though? Are you okay? Like besides the part of like power being out for the last 2 days and such, have you?
You're gonna swim in that.
I've been in worse.
Fuck it. Hopefully, I'm assuming because you're sending a message here that you've got power back at the very least, or maybe you're just using mobile data right now on your phone. But
I'm really wet.
you doing okay? Oh, all right. Climb it. Dink, donk, dink. All right. Damn, Drake, you got some fucking arms on you, just being able to do giant leaps like that.
I made it. I'm on the other side.
Can you get this open?
Nope. Not what I wanted it to do. Approximately 74 to 80, 90 grates to be at that fire. Oh, you were doing a count of how many grandparent lineage you had to go back for the fires of Alexandria, Kismet. Nice work there. So you had to, so you'd basically have to do you'd have to do your, like, okay, let me think about this. So if you do, so instead of saying great-great-grandfather, you can say your grandfather's hang on a sec, I can do the math here. Here, so like if there's 74, so you have to go 74 greats back. So if you go grandfather to grandfather, you take out 2 greats. So you go so half of that would then be 37. So grandfather's grandfather, 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 grandfather's back. About 40. 40 grandfathers in order to get the correct thingamadiggy. Isn't math great? Tree in front yard snapped in half. You're still out of power watching you by candlelight. Be safe, Wild Saber. Hopefully you and your family are going to be... Hopefully you and your family... Sorry, I was thinking grandfathers and such. Hopefully you and your family are going to be safe and that there isn't going to be too much power issue over in Kansas. Is Kansas a tornado kind of state, or is this like or is like tornadoes not a thing for? Nope, nothing there. All right, looks like there's gonna have to be 2 of us. Oh, cool. We don't have to. Nice.
This looks safe.
All right. So slow walking, please. Oh boy. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Oh. I forgot to jump there. From what you've seen in The Wizard of Oz, maybe? I don't know if The Wizard of Oz is a good barometer of like, ah, yes, is this state used to tornadoes? There we go. Oh, lucky you.
I made it! I'm okay!
This is based off the assumption that they had children at approximately 22 highest approximate age or 18 lowest approximate age.
Looks like we're
Oh, okay. Well, you could have children
After
later
that,
then,
we
so there
better
could be even less than 40 grandfathers. Went through little sister's bedroom window from what my mom told me over the phone. Kansas is smack dab in Tornado Alley. Okay, so Tornado Alley is going to be a bit of a constant. Hello? Why are you rocking slowly? There we go.
Oh, man.
The temple must have been built around this.
Around what?
A statue.
Okay.
A gold statue.
A huge gold statue. And look here. These people, they're worshipping the damn thing. At least, I think they're people.
Of course. El Dorado. The Golden Man.
The what, man?
Sully, it wasn't a city of gold. It was this. It was a golden idol.
Man.
Is El Dorado...
Imagine
Wait,
what that thing would be worth now.
was Dorado a man and not a city?
I bet the Spanish dragged it out on cut logs. We're 400 years late for this party.
So the trail's cold.
Yeah, it looks that
Your
way.
sister is fine? Okay, that's good to hear. Sorry. There was probably an advertisement going off when I read all the messages and what have you. So Tree Bench went through the little sisters. Sisters, from what your mom has told you, Kansas is smack dab in Tornado Alley. So this is an occurrence that is like relatively regular, but the unfortunate thing is that the intensity of this one is a little bit much, especially since, you know, little sister's bedroom window got, you know, broken through by a branch. Shit must have been moving fast. Alright.
Huh. They stop here.
Yeah, it looks like the back wall of the temple was blown out.
Yeah. Spaniards must have made themselves a shortcut to get the treasure out.
Well, now what?
Climb up, because I can already predict that this place wants me to climb up these things to explore further and find another hollow what's-mahoozy. Or I just find myself a treasure. A silver turtle. Nice. 100 miles per hour winds hurling. Wow. Shit. That's fucking intense. Because, yeah, like, tornadoes... Like, I remember there was a documentary explaining the difference between, like, tornadoes and hurricanes. And while tornadoes were,
Something you don't see every day.
like, a lot faster, like, a lot more dangerous, they also weren't, like, really big. Like, area-wise. Like, they wouldn't be, you know, the size of, like they wouldn't be city blocks per se in width or anything like that. They would be more like, you know, like their actual like radius wasn't that huge. Whereas with hurricanes, compared to like other like, you know, they're about as big as like the actual like weather events that normally surround hurricanes. So for instance, like if there is like a storm or something like that with a hurricane, like with a tornado, the tornado isn't the width of the entire storm. It's like an area or what have you. Whereas with a hurricane, the hurricane is like, you know, a massive fucking storm of like wind and shit. Question, how the fuck did the submarine get there? Someone was driving it incorrectly, or they spawned it in.
I'll be damned.
My bad, I got drunk. Or that, flood season.
Check it out, huh?
No, wait. Something about this feels kind of hinky.
Hinky?
Hinky. You act like you've never seen a German U-boat in the middle of the jungle before.
I'm being serious, Nate.
I tell you what, why don't you stay here? I'll check it out myself. I'll call you if I run into any Nazis.
Yeah, right. You do that.
Oh, wait. Hold on to this for me, will you? Okay. Looks like I'm gonna have to do this the hard way.
Wait, why are they called U-boats and not submarines? How do I... Okay, I guess I'm swimming around. I'm not going... That's too modern and too military history for me. Fair enough, fair enough. Hey, chat, why do we call... Why aren't the, like, the German U-boats called U-boats? Like, why aren't they called submarine? The U stands for underwater submersible.
Looks like you're gonna have to monkey across those cliffs to get into the U-boat.
Okay. U-boat is simply the anglicized version of the German word Unterseeboot, which translates to undersea boat. It was the official designation used by the German Navy in World War One and Wait, we had U-boats in World War... We had war... There was U-boats in World War One? There we go. No. Nope. Come on. Don't do that. There we go. Alright. So, Yunk. My god, I can barely see some of the, like, ledges that they're saying are climbable. God damn. Crude one, but yes. Ah, okay. So, kind of like tanks in World War One, where we had those as well, but they weren't, like, you know... Jesus. You can kind of tell where the ledges are for climbing and such like that, just because it's like, you know, like, it's just built, it just looks different. It's like how in, hang on a second. Collected 3 of 6. Nice. A golden Tyora. Alright. Okay. So yeah, because it's kind of like, hang on a sec. Let me get you an image just to help, like, give you the visual of let me find an image. So basically, if you were watching, give me a second. Save images. Save. So when you were watching something like, you know, when you're watching Scooby-Doo or something like that, you would basically, let me see if I can find, like, a good reference. Like, you would see these, like, you know, scenes where, like, things were, like, highly detailed and such like that. But then there would be one object that wasn't explicitly, drawn the same way. So hang on a sec. So something like this. Like, this is how I'm finding the climbing points in this Uncharted game, is in the same fashion as this here. Like, it's a frame of a Scooby-Doo show. You know that barrel is going to move. They haven't given you, like, an obvious indicator of, oh, it's yellow or anything like that. But just because of how the background is drawn and such like that, but then the barrel itself is drawn differently. You get it? You get what I mean? Hopefully you get what I mean. All right, back to the game. Toby Fox announced Deltarune Chapter 5 is dropping in 15 days. Haven't played any of Toby Fox's games. Never played them. Never played Deltarune, never played,
Hey, watch yourself up there.
Never played, Undertale or anything like that, so... Technical distinctions. Technically, classical U-boats were submersibles rather than modern submarines. They were designed to spend the vast majority of their time on the surface and only dove to attack or escape danger. Ah, okay. So the U-boat is given for the distinction of, like, kind of like me, how I'm not a fish. I can go underwater and hold my breath and shit, but I'm not meant to be doing that for a really long time, so I break out of the surface and such. Meanwhile, a dolphin, it can do that way differently. There we go. All right. There we are. And then dunk.
Nate,
Cross.
you should be able to drop right down into the U-boat from there.
There we go. Basically, okay.
When was your last tetanus shot?
Oh, that's funny.
Mine would have been a few years ago now. You're supposed to get like a booster every 5 years or something like that, aren't you? Also, hi there, Masonic. Welcome, welcome. Speaking of Scooby-Doo Zeebs, we're getting a Netflix show with an all-white cast, and Scooby is played by a real dog, and he's a puppy Great Dane.
What do you see?
Cool.
Something nasty happened to these guys. There's blood everywhere. And soup.
Don't know why you had to include the all-white cast part, though. Like, you could have just said live action with a real dog. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I don't think I ever got a tetanus shot. You probably will get one at some point. I feel like maybe it's one of those things where it's only if you travel. Like, when I was traveling to Tanzania, like, all those years ago, I definitely got, like, a series of boosters. So I got my tetanus shot, I got my whooping cough, I got my I got my malaria. Like, I got a whole ton of, like, different shots and what have you. So, because, you know, I was traveling to Tanzania and shit. Oh, this thing wants me to turn. Okay, cool. So yeah, I've got like this little booklet of all these different like immunizers and shots that I got. My only question, will Scooby-Doo be able to speak, or will he be voiceless? Oh, good question. And if he does speak, will he sound like Scrappy-Doo or Scooby-Doo? That's the other question.
Huh. Now, where'd you get this, my decomposing friend?
I think the trail just got warm again.
How so?
Well, I just met a guy with pockets full of Spanish gold. Only the coins are stamped with a mint mark I've never seen before.
You're kidding me.
Looks like our German friends had a little secret.
Cool. Let's... Wait, is this heading back, or is this going... Yeah, no, this is going forward. Okay. I think... Here we go. Why is there a German U-boat in the jungle? Flooding and what have you. There we go.
Cozy.
Well, he ain't going
I'm in
anywhere.
the captain's quarters. Get this, he's still here.
What's that supposed to mean?
Yeah, it looks like he was killed. Ripped to shreds, actually. Oof, what a way to go.
Yeah, sounds terrible. Check his wallet.
You're all hearts, Sully.
Yes. Would he keep a bullet on him during World Wars?
No way. You've got to be kidding.
Find anything, kid?
UK 2642. UK 2642. Gotcha.
Are you all right?
Sully, you're not gonna believe this.
Try me.
I think I found our missing page.
You're kidding.
Looks like Drake and our German pals were after the same treasure. And I've got the map that's gonna lead us right to it.
Nate, this better not be another wild goose chase.
Ah, but those are the funnest chases. Oh.
Or what? Sully? You there? Sullivan?
Alright, time to head back. Oh. Oh, no.
That's probably bad.
We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. How long does it take for them to... Got it. So code overflowed the bath again. Yeah.
Hello.
Hey! Friends of yours, Sully?
I'm Gabriel Roman.
Yeah, I know who you are, asshole.
Manners, young man. This is just business.
Is it?
Easy.
Put your hands up.
Hi, they're up.
See, your friend owes me money, Mr. Drake. A lot of money. So when he told me that you two were onto something big, the find of a lifetime, he said, well, I was intrigued. But he's made grand promises before, haven't you, Victor? And here we are again. Another fool's errand.
Jeez,
That's a lot of Scooby-Doo content being released.
Navarro. So, I'm afraid the time is up. Unless, of course, you found something in there, Mr. Drake.
Ow.
That might compensate
Who
for all this
threw something at me?
unpleasantness.
He's screwing with you, Nate. They heard everything. Just give him the map.
Slowly. What does a Kriegsmarine map have to do with El Dorado?
What, you think this is a coincidence? The Germans were after the same treasure. That map has something to do with it. So, we square?
For now. But just in case you need a reminder.
Hey!
Leave him out of it.
Yeah, don't you guys usually just cut off a finger or something?
That's far too vulgar. No, I think this will hurt him a bit more.
Now, whoa. Come on, Roman. He's got nothing to do with...
Sully! Sully! You son of a bitch!
Okay, well that was too soon. That was... Also, shouldn't he be alive by the time we go into, like, the other Uncharted games? Like, I'm pretty sure I heard his voice in Uncharted 4.
Stop him! He's over there.
Oh. Ow. Ow. Damn it. Ow. Ow. Nice. Is there a sprinting button? No, there isn't. Yes, he survives. Cool. Thank you, Sir Dragon.
Whoa there,
Although
cowboy.
no spoilers going forward.
That's for leaving me at the dock.
What the hell are you doing here?
Listen, I'm a good enough reporter to follow a couple of no-luck tomb robbers.
You went this way! I'll raise your head!
Torpedoes usually have a 30-second to a minute
You're down to
fuse.
one tomb
Ah,
robber
okay.
now. Sully's dead.
What?
Yeah.
And we're next if we don't get out of here.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
Please tell me you have a gun.
Of course.
Thanks. All right, come on.
Alrighty. Actually, can I stealth this?
All right.
Don't let us get past!
Okay, so there is no, like, stealthing someone here. Oh, so where's our guy?
You always seem to be getting shot at.
They're shooting at you too, you know.
Okay, you have about as good of a dodging repertoire as Nathan Drake does. Good for you, sir.
Here they come.
There we go.
Okay.
He's over there.
That's right.
Swap to the... Also, are you doing... You're doing this in you're doing this in sandals, lady. Are you kidding me? Bold, brave, but stupid. Go.
Stay close.
Over there.
Dunk. Dunk. Dunk.
What the hell is this place anyway?
Long story. Tell you later. All right.
Come on. Grab his ammo, so then that way we have more ammo.
Hey!
Never a dull moment, huh?
Never.
Head down. These guys aren't messing around.
That's completely appropriate footwear while walking around with bullets firing in a jungle? Absolutely not. That is not the appropriate footwear, let me tell you. That is not the appropriate footwear. You want shoes. You want boots. They're in sports mode. They are...
Hey! He's strapped!
Alright, let's stick to...
No.
Oh, cool, another a decorated gold ring. Nice.
I won't save you. You wish you were never born.
Oh, shit.
Oh, great.
Okay,
Got him. Alright, up the rope we go. Here we go, here we go.
Come on, stay with me.
Alright, let's go. Forward. Hopefully we don't have any more of them to deal with.
Shoot to kill.
Ow.
Over there.
Okay, so I don't have a
Over here,
lot
I
of
think. Yeah, this way.
sound. Alright, cool, Elaine. Let's... Hopefully they give me more sniper... Ah! Smart! Good
You
thinking.
always been this popular?
Well, I do seem to attract
Only
the scum of
recently.
the earth. Yeah, no offense.
None taken.
No sprinting, you
memory?
move as fast as the
Yeah,
game
why?
wants.
You
Ah,
K2642.
okay.
You got that?
Yeah, what is it?
It's Kriegsmarine coordinates. I think I know where the Spanish took El Dorado.
El Dorado.
The problem is, so that the bastards killed Sully. Damn it! If the Spanish found the treasure, they had to move it there, to that island. Drake followed them.
Well, what are we waiting for? I'll get the story, and you get whatever it is you're after.
Treasure!
Hey, this isn't gonna be a vacation, you know.
I can take care of myself. Besides, you owe me one.
What?
I suppose I do.
Since when? No, actually, no, she... Well, we did destroy her
On the
boat.
trail of the lost treasure of El Dorado, and it's brought us here to this tiny island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Let's get a closer look. I hope we're the first ones here.
Will we discover the ruins of a forgotten colony and a fortune in Spanish gold? Or does the island have darker secrets in store for us?
That should keep him from changing the channel.
Hopefully so.
Whoa!
Oh,
What the hell was that?
Anti-aircraft fire? This is so not cool!
I'm guessing the Whatsmahoozy peeps are already here.
We're on fire!
Enough with the damn camera! We gotta bail out!
Bail out? Does this thing even have parachutes?
Now would be a good time to look.
Hopefully at least two.
I hope these things still work.
We'll find out in a second.
Have you ever done this before?
Of course! You just jump, count to 5, and pull the cord. Now go!
5 seconds? Do you like, I don't know if 5 seconds is a good amount to...
Are you coming?
Kind of busy right now. Get going!
See you on the ground?
Right behind you!
Yeah.
He's gonna crash. I'm with Nate on Forget That Camera. Yeah, like, you'd hope so.
What am I doing?
Now he's getting back into it. Let's go, Nate. Let's go.
Okay. You just jump, count to 5, and pull the cord. How hard could that be? Oh, crap!
Okay, that shouldn't be doing that big of a problem. It should be okay that there's only a small hole. Raiders! Welcome, Raiders. He sounds like Deadpool. Fun fact, that is Nolan North. He very much does voice a Deadpool in the video game Deadpool the Game. Nolan North, you will find, is in a lot of video game IPs. There was a time back in the 1990s and 2000s, oh, actually no, 2010s, where we had not that many voice actors for whatever reason, and so you will just get a whole ton of Christopher Sabat, Nolan North, Troy Baker, and Steve Bloom. You'll get a lot of them. Also, hi Raiders, welcome Zatherium, Raid from the Psy Squad. Welcome, hopefully you were having a wonderful time. I'm playing Voiding Bound. My name is Grant, I'm a variety himbo streamer going through games that are like, you know, part of like video game meta, either my backlog or brand new games that I'm just very much interested in playing. And we're going through a backlog game. We're going through the Uncharted series. This is the first stream into Uncharted. We're going through Uncharted Drake's Fortune right now. So far, we dug up a coffin from the sea floor. Turns out it's empty. We got Francis Drake's last journal. We went to an unknown part of a jungle. From that jungle, we found a German U-boat where apparently we found out that there's like a golden idol or a golden man hidden on a different island. And this island, so we've now gone to this island thanks to the information we got from, why you gotta show my ass off, Shinzo? Do the viewers really want this? Voiding Bound was a lot of fun. You just got to the splicing part of making builds. You're sad because you can't do so tonight due to time. Ah, not to worry there, Zathium. If you need to raid and dash because of, you know, sleep, eat, or any of that nonsense, you're welcome to do so. I will do my best to keep your viewers, you know, entertained as I go through the Uncharted series and what have you. It's going pretty well. We've had some very fun moments, such as chat wanting to commit a little bit of arson, figuring out how many grandfathers you had to go to get to the, you know, the burning of like the Great Library of Alexandria. And yeah, for whatever reason, Elena, she very much wants to keep her camera. Where the fuck is this? Because that is not an Inca statue. That is a Spanish thing, if ever I've seen.
Hell.
We want to commit a lot.
Strangers trying to kill me, leave my map on a burning plane. Plane is missing, most likely dead. That's great. Great start, Nate.
So yeah, so we got Nolan North here as our VA for Nathan Drake, who, you know, might be Francis Drake's descendant. Silver Inca figure. Neat. Beginner fortune hunter. Nice. Can I... There we go. Good. You can shoot locks open. I wonder if that's a realistic thing. Has that been something that Mythbusters has checked out, whether or not you can shoot locks open? Also, I saw like a flashy thing here. A silverfish charm. Nice. Don't mind me just doing fun little leaps. Because this game doesn't have a sprint button, apparently. So we're gonna have to... Leap. Boom. There we go. You just defeated Thesis and Asteris? Hey, nice going! I'm so proud of you. Chat. That's my girlfriend Artemis. She's going through Hades right now, and she was able to get through, I believe that's the Elysium stage. So I believe the way it goes is you've got 1, 2, 3. I think you're up to the 4th stage. Hades is so peak. Hades is a lot of fun. I was able to get through it, I had to use God mode, however, to get through it, but all God mode does is just make it so that, oh, on each failure you have, you get a small damage resistance buff. It doesn't, like, you know, trivialize...
Here they come.
It doesn't trivialize the, oops, hang on. Ow. Come on. And then... Dunk, dunk, dunk. Alright. Cool. Awesome. So yeah, so it doesn't, like, trivialize the game or anything like that by giving you, like, you know, actual God mode of, like, you know, making no hits hurt and, you know, triple damage, or it doesn't do any of that. All it does is it just makes it so that you get a little bit of a damage boost. You get a little bit of a resistance boost on each failure. You know, re-download it now. All good. All good. Oh shit. There we go. Also, was that guy? No. Okay. All right. So 40 bullets is the most I can hold on a pistol. It's. Ooh, hello.
That's good help.
Grenades. Nice. Ooh, hello. Headshot. There we go. There we go. I should probably find out how to do the grenade throw. No. Okay. Cool. But yeah. I played a little bit on stream. Wait, did I play a little? Yeah, I did. I played a little bit on stream long time ago. I wasn't too great at it, and I just had it as like an off-stream sort of thing. Okay, can I stealth this? I don't know if it'll let me.
Shoot to kill.
There we go.
Stop him.
Here we go.
Okay, let's avoid the barrel for now.
That had to hurt.
Oh, we can switch soldiers with the left. Oh, shit.
Oh, boy.
Alright, grab your ammo. Oh, shit. Where did that fire? There it is.
That had to hurt.
It's a bullet, Nathan. It was definitely going to hurt. Now, where was the other pistol?
There he is. I'm going to get him!
There we go.
Shoot to kill!
Oh, man.
Ow. There we go. Alright, that's everyone. Nathan Drake, man of adventure and thousands of bullets. Luckiest man alive. I think that's everything. Okay, was that meant to be in game? Alright, here we go. Ow! Why you gotta hit me, Sir Dragon? Temple of Sticks, first time ever. Nice. Alright, here we go. Thank you for the head pats, Shinzo. I do appreciate it. Ooh. Break that open. Headshots, thank goodness. Ah, shit. Hey, I need my shirt, Artemis. I'm getting shot at. I can tell you how if you want. Tell me how what?
Thank you for the hype. Oh, Jesus.
Whoa!
Good at this. There we go. Grenaded. Okay, so it's left-handed. Oh, to throw nades? No, all good, all good. I figured it out. Round about it. Random bullshit, go. Thank you for the hyper himbo, by the way. I do appreciate it. The hyper himbo will be very, very useful.
Oh boy.
Did any of these guys have a rifle? Yes, they did. There we go. Alrighty. Here we go. Is this enjoyable, chat? You enjoy? Oh, shit. Through the power of hyper muscle, I will survive this.
Here we go.
There we go. Skins? Oh, cool. Wingsuit Drake to save. Cannot be enabled until you have been in the game on the current difficulty. Oh, okay, so... on easy or higher, click to 20 treasures. Oh, okay, so these are weapon skins? Okay. And we got new art galleries. Flip world, slow motion, infinite ammo, one-shot kills. Okay.
He's over here!
There we go. Where did the assault rifle go? I just swapped to a fucking... I just swapped to a shotgun. Oh, there we go. There we go. Phew! Close one. Those are weapons themselves. Once you beat the game, you can just give them to them yourself anytime. Ah, okay, okay. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Looks like I'm going the right way.
He's over here! I see him! He's over there!
Dirty headshots. There we are.
Shoot to kill. I see him.
Oh, oh. We survived that, thankfully. Any other treasures around here? Nope, okay.
Cherry.
Can I break this? No, okay. Find 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. 60 treasures, find the strange relic, kill 5 with a brutal combo, 20 with a brutal, kill 5 enemies in a row with a brutal combos. Kill 20 melee attacking from behind, kill 5 enemies with a single punch after softening up with gunfire. With a single punch after softening them up. 3 enemies with 1 thingy. Kill 20 enemies by shooting them from the hip without firing. Alright. I'm guessing we do not want to be caught by the river. Go. Oh yeah, with a major... God fucking damn it. Yeah, shooting from the hip is not going to be easy. Boom. And then cross. Here we go. Ah, come on. I thought you could just climb across. You didn't have to jump, but okay. Fine. Jump. 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 Go. Is there... Ah, here we go.
Whoa!
Oh, too far. Too far. And too far again. I will succeed, don't you worry.
Whoa!
And I fall into the water and fall to my death. Roll it again, Steve.
Whoa.
Okay. How late? How late am I supposed to jump? Like, hang on a second. So.
Whoa.
There we go. Uh-oh. Oh, cool.
Pardon me.
Pardon me, good sir, as I leap across. Go. Yeah.
Oh, no more hyper muscle. Darn. Go. Okay, I thought I could, like, jump up the vines, like, up, but I guess that's not happening. Hey, look, that's our plane.
Oh, man.
One streamer bot has a means of, like, managing the Twitch custom power-ups. I will definitely be adding in, like, you know, the controls for the custom power-ups for Hyper Himbo, D-Himbo, and all that. Go. Oop. Ammo? Thank you for the ammo. Ammo? Thank you for the ammo. Thank you for the ammo. Ow. There we go. Go. Fuck it. Let's swap to the moss. Let's swap to the shotgun that was shown off at the, on the, what's-a-mahoozy, on the title of the game.
Doesn't look good.
Ah, but we do have a rope, so we will use that to climb up. Hopefully we don't get into any problems. Very, very carefully.
Sweet.
And we get our map back. All is good in the world.
Oh no. Elena.
Okay, so we know where Elena is, ish. Oh. You couldn't grab onto the rope there, Nathan? There we go. Never mind. I thought it would be easy to like do a like no look like shoot from the hip with the shotgun, but that is not the case.
Oh, right.
There we go. Okay, so they won't let me have like a... Alright. Fine, fine. Okay, now they want me going the other way. God fuck that. Okay, what? Alright. Swap to the AK, because that is going to be a little more reliable. We survived. Don't worry, chat.
I see him.
Oh!
Oh.
Better watch where I'm going.
Alright, so we're heading over to the castle. Alright, good jump, good jump. Go, here we go, here we go. Jump across. Oh. Alrighty. And then we just go up here. Yep. Perfect.
You won't be so lucky this time! So tough after all.
Nice. Okay, so you can quote-unquote stealth this.
He's here!
Oh boy.
I've got him! Right between the eyes.
Ooh, okay, so if I shoot the traps, it will get them as well. Ooh, do not walk into that trap.
I always get myself into this crap.
Alright. Let's try not dying. Damn it! Was not successful that time around, it seems. Go. Okay, well that's annoying. That the traps apparently will block the bullets for them. Uncalled for. Very unsportsmanlike. But hey, treasure! A silver Inca earring. Oh, it must be a spacer kind of earring. Alrighty, let's have a look-see. You can see the repeating texture that the ocean is having. Plus, it looks like they...
You have to be kidding.
This will be fine, don't you worry. Alright. 1 and 2.
Eyes ahead, don't look down.
Eyes ahead, don't look down. There we go. Eyes ahead.
Thank God.
Did it. All of this is Nathan Drake's first try. Excuse me. Okay, so... Oh, through here.
Oh, you can't be serious.
Yep, alright, cool. Jump? Oh, wait, no. Drop, drop. And climb across.
I have to bust through that window.
Here we go. Yeah. Terrible iron. What were the Spanish thinking?
Coming handy. Sweet. This could help.
here. I got you. I see you.
Okay. Anyone else? No? Alrighty then. We move on with our little adventure. Cool tower. Nothing important there. I'm guessing we use this to... Hey, another... A strange... That's Jack and Dexter. That's a precursor orb. It's another one of the games that Naughty Dog made long time ago. God, Jack and Dexter was good. I think I went... Did I go through the first Jack and Dexter on stream? Hey, Chad, does anyone remember if I did that? Maybe it was off stream. It would have been when I had like the bigger of the PlayStation passes, I think, because I'm pretty sure that particular like Jack and Dexter, like Precursor Legacy, Jack and Dexter 2, Jack and Dexter 3 are all part of like, you know, the classic catalog with Sly Cooper and on all them, so they wouldn't be available. Alrighty. Am I going the right way? Can't tell if I am. No, I think I'm... Yeah, I think I've already gone this way. So...
He's over here!
Lights out.
Come on. How am I not doing the brutalizing combo correctly? Like...
He's over there!
Where's the other guy? Oh, there he is. Oh, what the? How did I do that? Can I do it again? Alright,
That's good help.
let's get the M99. Oh wait, no, here's a micro. More ammo for the... Because I'll stick to the micro for now, because who knows, I might be able to get like 50 shots with the... There we go. More M99, that's what we want. The brutal is always so on and off again for me, so I don't do it often. Ow. It's a bit wonky. Because they're like, oh yeah, do it just as, like, they do it, they're asking you to, like, do it once the normal punch connects or something like that. But then, like, you know, it's not perfect. Alright, so... Sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of... Because knowing my luck, there's going... Okay, yeah.
No sign of her. It's either very good or very bad.
Yep, it looks like there's a... Here we go. Oh, you changed my gun. Uh-oh. Oh, come on.
What the hell's she doing?
What are you recording?
Hello?
Buka Pintu!
Siapa ini? Bicara sekarang.
Ah, crap. Sialalo! Cepatan, buka pintu!
I have no idea what they were saying then.
It worked!
There he is! Up there! Get on the gun!
Oh boy.
Come on, there we go. Alrighty, let's pick up the ammunition. Didn't even use all the what's-a-mahoozies, the barrels. Oh, I see. I see. So this is in case we screw up on the jumping across thing. Wait, is it?
He's over here!
Yeah, not the most graceful, but you try and do shooting from the hip with the what's-a-mahoozies with the controller rather than a keyboard and mouse.
Place could use a good plumber.
Mm-hmm.
Son of a bitch, where did they all come from?
Nope, don't swap. I want to keep to the micro pistol, please. Ah! Punched me in the gut. Ah. There we go. Hopefully that... Was that all of them? I don't know.
Oh no.
shotgun over here. Cool. Awesome. Alrighty. Now let's try and get out of here. Actually, is it gonna... huh. There we go. Easy. And then... Nope.
That's good help. There we go.
Ah, okay. Because the thingy-majiggy was too close, so... Brilliant. Alright, couldn't make that. Let's see. Looks like we can go over there, climb back up, and there's probably like a pathing for us to do. Oh, shit. Not my intention. That was not my intention. All right, let's try this again. Oh, nope. Is this to raise the water level so then that way it's easier to climb up? Yep, it is. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, how many chapters are there? Because am I going through this like quickly enough where it's being done in like maybe 2 streams, or is this going to be done in more like 3 or 4?
Wait a minute. Now, what's so important about that tower?
2 keys.
Oh!
Oh!
Son of a bitch!
That's not fair. Hey. Alrighty. Moss 12. Alright, well we have a vehicle. Oh.
Here we go.
Go. Survival.
Aha! What's this?
Do you know how many chapters are? Do you want to? Oh yes. No, I would like to know how many chapters there are, just so then that way I can have like a little bit of an understanding in regards to pacing. So that one, yeah, that one I'm happy to be told. Because right now I'm at chapter 6. Does it say it in the? No, it doesn't say in the when the pause menu is such. But when we recently like went, there's 22 chapters. Ah, okay. So, 6, 12, 18, 24. So it could be 4 streams, but we'll see how quickly. We'll see how quickly we're able to go through in one stream. Because right now it's only just hit 8 o'clock, so I reckon it will probably take us, depending on how quickly a chapter is, it might be 8 chapters, might be. All right, so that's the
Same symbol, but what's that got to do with the tower?
Come on. Won't let us open it. Think. Oh, and I reckon. Oh. Was that helpful? Move. Jesus. Huh. What, you can do a proper jump there, Nathan? Actually, before I go further, is there... No, there isn't. Alright, cool. I thought there would be, like, a treasure behind me, but I guess there isn't. Only depends how often you die / how fast you do puzzles. Will the puzzles get, like, more difficult? Is that, like, likely to happen? Now, I'll learn. Questions about the game shall be answered by playing the game, I always say.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah. Alrighty. Ah, so then that way I had like a little... Was that helpful? I don't know if it was. Like, it gave me a shortcut, which is nice. But... I think I needed to grab something. Pretty sure I needed a... Oh, unless I grabbed a key off of... Maybe I grabbed the key off the body. Maybe that's what I did. You've played the game a few times, so you're not the best judge of character. Interesting. Okay. Also, why okay, so my experience with single player games such as like BioShock or Uncharted in this regard here, or Batman Arkham City, I don't see myself playing a video game more than once. That is not something I imagine myself doing. Like, I did that with BioShock, technically speaking, for stream, and quite frankly, like, that wasn't, like, you know, the most interesting experience for me personally. So I very easily, like, you know, just sort of waffled through, like, the first one I was, like, engaging with it really strongly. But then the second BioShock, I was, you know, just having like, you know, whatever's kind of with it. And then with BioShock Infinite, I very much was just like, let me let me try and get this out of my backlog at the very least so I don't have to worry about it and what have you. Whereas with other games, like, you're not going to find me playing it more than once, frankly. I'm going to go through this once, and that's it. Also, I can see that an advertisement is going to be going off in 3.5 minutes, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it run a little bit earlier, so then that way I can go on a lunch break, okay? So I'm going to... Sorry, not a lunch break, a bathroom break, all right? So bathroom break, BRB. Do a little dance. Make a little love. Down tonight. Hey. Stealing my shirt for your ill-gotten gains, Artemis? Yeah, you did. You stole my shirt. Artemis does this. My girlfriend, Artemis Snep, will do this. She will just decide to steal... Actually, there's an advertisement. There we go. Now I'm back. All right. My girlfriend, Artemis, will do this. She will just decide to steal my shirt. She just... These. Just to show these off. The absolute disrespect. Also, all right, pushing forward. I don't think there was any special treasure, but I can definitely see. Ow.
Oh shit.
There we go. Damn it. I moved too far forward. You went on a BRB and expect me not to take your shirt? I don't operate like that. Noted. You will never operate in a fashion I imagine you to operate.
Ow.
This will just galvanize me to make more not safe for work renders of my Zeebs for you. There we go.
Here we go. How's that feel?
There we go. 1, 2, 3. Very effective. 4, 5. You're up there somewhere. Or maybe you're dead now. Never mind. You're dead now. I don't have to worry about whoever was up there.
Oh, sweet. Just what I needed.
Go, and then... Hells yeah, looking forward to them. Nice. I'll just need to figure out ideas and what have you. Put another thing on the to-do list to find lewd zebra 3D renders or artwork to share, or get new ones. There we go. Got my shirt back. So yeah, because I didn't do anything for Macro March, which, you know, like, frankly, I am a little disappointed in myself that I didn't do something for Macro March, or that I didn't come up with, like... I need to do, like, planning ahead, really. I need to do that more often. And then May, we had Mayternity. But, you know, Mayternity is kind of cool, but, like, it's a very women's focused kind of fetish, so it's like... This isn't Tom Holland. No, it isn't. This isn't the Uncharted movie featuring Tom Holland and, I totally forgot his name. Mark Wahlberg, that's it. It is Nathan Drake, played by Nolan North, because apparently, back in the 2010s, you needed to be voiced by either Nolan North or Troy Baker. There was no in between.
No, don't!
Yeah, I don't know what they intended for us to have this, but whatever. I did, so I used it. Lara Croft would still kick ass. I feel like this game, like, here's the thing. Like, am I wrong for thinking this? That the reason why we have Nathan Drake is because Naughty Dog couldn't do Lara Croft as a video game, couldn't do Lara Croft the video game. And the reason why we have Lara Croft as a video game is because the Crystal or whoever owned Lara Croft when it was first done didn't have the rights to do an Indiana Jones video game. And so really this Nathan Drake game, which is taking influence from Lara Croft, taking influence from Indiana Jones, we would later on get into a, hey, that's a cool little emote that you would now have. Lizard. Lizard, 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 lizard. That's cool. That's a cool emote. It's just Yoshi, 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 Yoshi. But yeah, this was like actually, you know, just a moment to, like, you know, be a bit of a...
Spanish? They're English.
All right, nice. So we're now at the, actually, yeah, I'll pause it here just to... I have an issue with, like, you know, when they were like, oh, we're going to make an Uncharted game. First, like, I feel like that was going to be a bit of a problematic movie to make. Not problematic as in the way as, like, oh, it's an inappropriate movie to make, but more the fact that you were going into a little bit of a difficult situation because... Yes, Lara Croft was like one of the earlier video game turned movie IPs that went around because famously we have Angelina Jolie playing as Lara Croft. There was a little bit of, like, you know, just sex appeal and, like, you know, the very, like, weird nature of, like, the Lara Croft universe and what have you. But at the end of the day, Lara Croft and Uncharted are video games where, quite frankly, they could just be in the end the Indiana Jones era. Like, what's more is Uncharted, I feel like, could be more Indiana Jones when it goes into a movie as opposed to Lara Croft. Because the whole thing with Lara Croft is way more combat heavy in her segments and what have you, and does, like, and there's way more of a fantastical element with Lara Croft as opposed to Indiana Jones. Whereas with Uncharted had way more grounding in regards to their adventures, and it was way more like, you know, doing doing a little bit of puzzling. And sure, the shooting around is kind of crazy, but he's not shooting around like some dual-wielding nut job. He's, you know,
Fletcher,
firing a weapon as is. And I don't know, like,
I pray that you will meet
yeah,
us
making an Uncharted film feels like, oh, why are we doing an Uncharted film? Because we can't do an Uncharted game. Well, why isn't it? What would we have otherwise? A Lara Croft game. What would that be otherwise? A Indiana Jones game. So I feel like, you know, if you're making an Uncharted game, or sorry, if you're making an Uncharted movie, like, what would make it different to an Indiana Jones film? Because here's the thing as well, is that while video games can have an element of jank to them, which makes them a bit of a problem to play when they get dated both mechanically and thematically, movies don't really have that kind of aging. The preservation process for a movie is, you know, you keep your audio and your visual, you know, fidelity up and going, and, you know, a film from the 1960s or 1980s is still a good film today. Like, there isn't that much degradation. Whereas if you ask me to play a video game from, like, 1990s, like, it's not just a visual and an auditory thing that you need to make sure, like, stays maintained. There's also a, what's the word I would use? It's the not the pacing, because that's a very, you know, agency, that's it. You need to keep the agency preserved, which is, you know, us moving around and such. Like it's one thing to have a game that looks beautiful and sounds amazing and such. It's another thing to deal with a video game that plays poorly in your hands. Did I tell anything about the camping? Oh yeah, from the weekend. I went camping with Artemis. We went to a Society of Creative Anachronism. Society of Creative Anachronism sort of event. So we were all camping. We went camping up north. We dressed up in medieval, like, sort of attire. He mentioned the fried onion. Yeah. So there was a hang on a second. Where do you? Ah, no, here we go. Here we go. Oh, there we go. And then dunk. All right, so I am going the right way right now. That's good. He's getting that on a pocket for future events. Ah, yes. So that was like one of the things I need to think about / get sorted is having pockets with my attire, because the tights that I got do not have a pocket on them. And so hang on. Where do you want me going? There we go. The tights that I got did not have a pocket, and quite frankly, I should have gotten a pair of tights that did give me a pocket and such. That way I'm able to hold, like, you know, a wallet or my phone. Granted, I really shouldn't have my wallet. I really shouldn't have my phone on me when we do the creative anachronism stuff, but, you know, I'm only human. Here we go. All right, so we got a little bit of the white to help us. There we go. Nothing's... No, you're a zebra, not human. Okay, I'm only zebra. I will check my phone and, like, you know, take photos and doom scroll and double check my finances to make sure I can support myself as I chow down on another whiskey and rum, or whiskey and coke, sorry.
This must have been
So.
Drake's. So what were you looking for, huh?
I'm guessing that hotel slash building over there.
Well now, that looks familiar. Huh. The ship's never left. Elena.
Oh my god, Elena.
There she is. Watch this.
Oh crap.
Oh. Damn it.
I know I'm not a big-time treasure hunter like you, but I doubt you're gonna find El Dorado in there. How'd
You're
you
so
get yourself
funny,
in
aren't
this
you?
mess?
Trying to rescue you, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that's so sweet. Traditional sandstone, brick, and stucco. Limestone mortar, huh?
How'd you get to know so much about this?
My show, Episode 4, Architects of a New World. Yep. It'll just take a tug to pull these bars out.
What? No, wait, are you sure?
Get out of my way, puto! Hey,
Nope.
Batman, open this goddamn door!
Oh, crap.
Oh, hello.
Hey, Drake.
Eddie Raja. I should have guessed.
Alright. Did know who Eddie Raj is. That's why I'm making you period accurate pockets.
Seems like
Nice.
this Sir Francis was in my line of work.
Don't flatter yourself, Eddie.
Always ready to be enemies, eh? Tell you what, lead me to the gold, and I just might let you live.
Is that it? Is that my deal? Die now, or help you, and die later. Oh, it's a tough call, but you know what? I'll take die now.
Listen to me, maggot. I was promised treasure on this goddamn rock. And now,
Yes, you were, good sir.
they can't
But
even
you're not
go
gonna get it.
outside to take a piss without an armed guard, and I have nothing to show for it. I am making you a fair offer. You help me find the treasure, and the last man alive gets the gold. And the girl, of course.
The girl? Oh, Eddie, the girl's long gone. She's probably off the island by now. Going for help.
Daikujin, you were never very good at poker. I will find her. Trust me. How much trouble could one girl be?
That much trouble. She is going to be a lot of trouble. It's a good girl.
Come on!
Thank you.
Hey!
That.
Damn it!
Nice work.
Thanks.
Hey! Hey! Buka pinto!
Hang on.
Go.
After them!
Don't let me go! Go! Follow them! Do you know where you're going?
No?
I got this! They come! I almost got this! After them! Faster!
Rusty motorcycles. They're absolutely useless. Yeah, the grenade launcher trivializes this just a little bit.
I got this!
They're coming in from the side!
guessing this would be a lot more difficult on the higher difficulties. But yeah, I'll be going to another anachronism event as well, and then in like a month or two or something like that. So that pocket will be fairly useful then. Very useful indeedies. Uh-oh.
I said watch the cliff!
All right back there?
Just drive!
Look
The grenade, once again, trivializes things. Easy. Good driving, Elena.
Nate! Shoot it out!
All clear!
I see it!
Woo! All right!
Nate?
Step on it! Punch it!
Woo!
We made it!
I can't believe that worked.
Yes.
So who was that guy?
Just an old business associate. Oh, look out!
Oh no!
Uh-oh. Drive forward. Drive forward.
Okay. Here, grab my hand. Okay.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, but you're bleeding.
Yeah, it goes with the territory. Let's get the hell out of here.
Oh, come on.
Damn it.
It's a Jeep. It's an all-wheel drive. The front tire should be able to... Of
Going
course.
somewhere?
Hey, Eddie.
Did you really think you could escape from what?
Oh, no, just giving the young lady the $10 tour.
Shut it! I bet you're working for them too.
What?
You thought you could set me up and keep everything for yourselves, hmm?
Damn it! This guy's crazy.
Eddie, take it easy, buddy.
Well, you're out of luck now.
Didn't even notice it's 5 a.m. for me.
Out of
You
road.
probably want to get some sleep, Shinzo. I'm gonna be real with you. Right now it's
me that
8:30 for me. We're doing pretty good for timing right now on my side.
All right, you got me, fair and square.
Hey, don't move.
Relax, Eddie. Just getting the map like you asked. I said, hold on.
I am.
Well, hand it over.
Well, now, you told me not to move. Looks like you're gonna have to come get it.
Yeah.
Hey, come on.
Oh! Stream over. I'm dead. We gotta swim. We gotta swim quickly, chat.
Oh, God's sake!
You guys never quit.
Son of a bitch!
Okay, we can't open that door, so... Achoo! Excuse me.
That'll come in handy.
Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you, Shinzo. I appreciate it. There we go. Alrighty. Nose.
This was a big mistake.
No kidding. You know, I should have turned before the bridge.
That's very funny.
Oh, come here a minute. I want to show you something.
Oh.
That thing still works?
Uh-huh.
She put a lot of work into this camera, keeping it alive.
Okay. See this building in the harbor? That's where all the boats coming into the colony would have unloaded their cargo. So if the El Dorado treasure came to this island, it would have had to have come through here.
Uh-huh. Wait a minute, what was that?
What?
Rewind it.
Yeah?
Wait, stop.
Uh-huh.
Right there. That's our ticket out of here. Come on.
Our ticket out of here? Are you giving up?
Maybe you hadn't noticed, but we're kind of outnumbered.
We're doing fine so far. Oh,
Elena, I don't need your bullet-riddled corpse on my conscience. Let's go.
Oh, please. You quit if you want to, but don't use me as an excuse.
Wow.
Fine. It's me, okay? I am quitting. Are you coming or not?
So that's it. You're just gonna forget about the treasure and forget about Drake?
God damn it, this is not worth dying over.
Okay.
It isn't.
Okay.
But
listen.
she's close to she's probably gonna die for it, knowing our luck.
Don't worry about it. We can argue about it later. It'll be great.
Wait. This time, I drive.
Okay.
Acceptable. Perfectly acceptable. Alright, any cool treasures? None that I can see. Alright.
I don't get it. How does a whole colony just drop out of history?
Whoa! Looks like we've got company. Hit the barrel!
Thank goodness you have unlimited ammo.
What happened to this place?
Whole city's completely flooded. Gonna have to cover us.
Alright, this is not... This segment here, not so much fun.
Hold on!
There it is!
Yeah, now we just gotta find a way in.
You know, I read a story once about a cursed Inca treasure. You don't suppose that...
Please don't tell me you believe in that stuff.
I'm just saying. Something bad happened here. The whole colony doesn't just up and vanish.
Yeah.
She's not
How
wrong.
do you explain it?
Come on.
Thanks.
Let's go.
Looks like that cable would get us up there.
Let's go check it out.
I'll stay here and keep an eye on our ride. See if you can figure a way to get us to that tower.
What the? Panamanian pirates, darn you all. Ah, there was someone on the side, of course.
You've got to be kidding me!
Ugh.
Get down! Get your head down! Shoot! He's over here!
Alright, I'm being stupid. I need to... Let's lock in.
For the love of God. Ow! Lead him down! Shoot to kill! Got him! Here we go. He's over here! He's over there! Okay.
Alright, so we know there's guys in there. And I dropped my cool pistol. Right. Grab that pistol.
Get out! Flush it out! It's gonna cost you!
Where is that? There you are. So there's one. Where is the other guy? Hey, got 100 headshots. Nice. Us. Any ammo on you? AK, that's good. Ammo on you? Nope. Any ammo on you? Just the 9mm.
Okay.
Alrighty. Cross. Cross.
We got him. You're all good.
Alright. Boom. we go, here we go, here we go. Cool emotes. I love my emotes. Alright, so we're at chapter 9, and we got through this in about a little under 3 hours. So maybe if we're lucky, we can get to chapter 11 or chapter 12 by... Preferably chapter... If we can get to chapter 12 or chapter 13, then that will be pretty good. Badass for using a grenade launcher like one-handed, no reloading. Or no delays in reloading, I should say. Go from here. Or did I miss something? Oh, okay. There we go. Missed them. Absolutely missed them. My bad.
You've got to get to that tower. I'll meet you back at the customs house.
All right.
These guys come from. Damn it.
No idea where he's shooting from, honestly. Wrong way. Go. go. There we go. And then... There we are. And dunk. Oh, damn you. Well, I got 50 kills with the micro pistol thing, so that's good. All right. Now to do the jumping puzzle thing. Go. And dunk. Do I drop down here then?
I've got him! Here! Grenade!
Could you not give me tinnitus, please? Yeah, you thought you were gonna shoot me between the eyes, did you? Ammo, ammo. Pistol and the moss. Alright. Better with our ammunition now than we were before.
Shoot to kill!
Just whipping around 180 while I shoot him. Okay. Now, where do they want me? Ah, okay. Let's see. Ah, that would do it. There we go. And then whoop. Go. All right. Nope, that didn't work. Okay.
He's here. I see.
Fuck you. Ugh. Once again, the brutalizing punch is not working. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright. So now...
Another one.
Okay, cool. So there was that there. Nice. I wonder if they were just expecting me to naturally go naturally go right as a... Because people who are right-handed will just naturally, like, gravitate towards, like, exploring the dominant hand side first. No! Oh, thank Christ. Oh. I am making a lot of mistakes here. A lot of mistakes. There we go. Nice. All right, over to the customs house. Yeah, just give me a minute.
Stand back! All right, let's find a way to the harbor and hope the boat's still there.
All right, so still chapter 10. So I need to get through chapter 10 and chapter 11, and then that should be an indicator of the quote-unquote halfway point, or better yet, if I can try and go over halfway.
These must be all the old ship manifests.
Let's see, 3 hours and 17 minutes. Nice.
Still seem to be in good shape.
We're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good.
Hey, check this out. This looks right. The Esperanza sailed from Cayo, Peru, carrying 800 bars of gold, 1,200 silver emeralds, golden masks, ornaments.
Whoa, reading 16th century Spanish? Not just a grave robber after all, huh?
Right here. Gold statue. Weight, 20 arrobas. That's over 500 pounds. That's gotta be it.
Whoa.
There you are.
That thing kind of gives me the creeps.
And there's no records afterwards.
That's the last entry.
That somebody special?
What?
Drake's ring.
Oh. Yeah. I guess you could say that.
Huh. I had you pegged as more of a woman in every port kind of guy.
Don't I wish? No, this was Francis Drake's ring. I, kind of inherited it.
Sic parvis magna?
Greatness from small beginnings. It was his motto. Check out the date.
29th of January, 1596.
1 day after he supposedly died.
Wait, what are these numbers right here?
Coordinates, right off the coast of Panama.
Oh, so that's how you found the coffin.
Yeah, that's right. See, Drake left this as a clue to pinpoint the exact burial site.
For someone clever enough to figure it out.
Yeah, nice try. But we're still going for that boat. Yeah, I'm afraid this is as close as we're getting to El Dorado.
Alright. Is that someone actually sounding a horn, or is that just the background music?
He's over here.
Ah! Should have checked my corners.
You're mine, asshole. Surrounded.
What if we held hands as a treat?
Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a wonderful time. I'm just playing as Nathan Drake, as voiced by Nolan North. Damn it!
He's over there. Hey, kill the kid. He's over here.
Elena, could you, like, not be in the way of my bullets, please? It's important.
I see him.
There we go.
He's over there. You'll wish you were never born.
Oh, great.
Alright, I lived. There we go. All good now.
Double rations. Great.
Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome.
Oh, hang on, look, it's the straightest man in the universe.
Thank you. Because that's exactly what I am. In honor of pride, I have to make sure that I do a good representation of. Ooh, hang on a second, that's causing some problems. Let's go 1080p 720. There we go. All right, now we're all good. As it's the month of our Lord Pride, it's very important that I be a representation of the ally.
The ally. Yeah, you gain the ally creature type.
So yeah, so
for this month only, and also for those who are in the know, it's also, was it Men's Mental Health Month as well?
Oh, did they decide to put men's mental health in the same month as Pride Month? Interesting.
Yes, apparently. So,
Other side of the harbor. Come on.
for those who are suffering from
Why don't I just wait
mental health related issues, and you are a guy, this is a month for you.
Okay, what are you up to?
So this is a month for me.
stay here and get some more footage.
I thought it was a month for you already. Aren't you in the Pride Flag?
All right, fine.
Yes, I get double the privilege.
Okay.
Also, let's wake up chat. Let's Nibiru them. Let's see if they would.
Don't Nibiru my chat. I just got them tucked away from trying to commit arson.
Freaking go commit arson.
Don't.
In
no,
game.
do not commit. Yeah. Oh joy! Things breaking. Never mind. I forgot to jump.
If we know Nibiru, freaking I can Nibiru as much as I want.
It is Blue Z mode, and he's one of my moderators, so I don't exactly have a lot of nay say to him unless I want to lose a moderator.
Hey, Nibiru beats gun.
I'm sorry, am I? There we go.
Well, seeing you just randomly fall into a pit, I'm just like, wait a minute. You play enough platformers. What are you doing?
This one is also a platformer, you know, because even though Naughty Dog was trying something new, they still wanted to add a little bit of platforming. Good for them.
You can see the point where Nathan Drake just falls apart because he hit a kill zone.
Yep. Go. And then...
I'll tell you what, I still have leftover Korean barbecue, which I'll probably pack into tomorrow's lunch.
Aw, nice. How was it? You mentioned you were doing like sort of as a gift to yourself, a Korean barbecue in your own home. Oh shit!
As a treat. As a treat.
I accidentally threw a grenade, and the gate closed behind me. But thankfully, this is now a I've at least reached the checkpoint, so I'm at least here now.
Stop making yourself panic. See, this enters the battlefield. I make a food.
You're just doing some critical Magic the Gathering building, are you?
I'm just playtesting Yigra, Eater of All.
Eater of what, sorry?
Eater of All. Everything except itself is considered food.
Ah, a new Vor deck for Z.
A new Vor deck for Z. It's not like Korvold, Fey, Curse King wasn't enough.
They had to bring in everything is a food. Honestly?
Yes.
That one could be... hang on. I need to not die for a minute.
This is a basic thing in Detroit, right?
Well, we're not in Detroit. We're in a random island off the Pacific coast, I believe.
Fish are no longer friend, they are food. Yeah. Every creature is food. That coward there's a food. That sponge over there's a food. That god over there's a food. Whatever you want. But it also affects my creatures too, so all of my other creatures are food as well.
Oh boy.
I'm not food.
Oh, contrary to popular belief, Blue Foxy Nicey Icy is regularly seen as food.
Why am I seen as food? So everything is food? Everyone keeps saying that I'm food.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Ah! Sacrifice, drink food, draw a card. I'll tell you what, like, I reckon this month is gonna be, even though I do say it's Pride Month or whatever, it hasn't been very eventful
I feel like for Pride Month, it's okay to not have, like, you know, like, history-making nonsense happening in our time of, like, history-making year.
Yes, just the time of our Emperor Nazi Gorin.
I just hope that in the year of our Lord the Hoss, that it is my year.
No, it's definitely not.
It is the year of the Hoss. What are you on about?
Yeah. Yeah, but I am just going to assume that your actual zodiac year is not Year of the Horse.
No, it isn't. But as a zebra persona, as a Hoss, I should also get a Year of the Hoss treatment.
Yes, but the problem is, if it was your year, yeah, the God of Fortune looks down on you very harshly.
What do you mean looks down on me very harshly? What
Yeah,
the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, so in accordance to the Lunar New Year, Chinese New Year, depending on where you are, if it's your zodiac year, it's actually bad for you.
I'm sorry, what? Why? Okay, what are they expecting me to do with that gun thingamajiggy? I didn't think I saw, like, any... Yeah, there's no barrel there.
Do we have to do shoddy snipers all over again?
Did you see it?
Maybe?
I'm not fair game. So, to elaborate on what I just said, what happens is how the zodiac was determined was that all the creatures in the zodiac participated in a race, and depending on what placement they got in the race is where they placed on the zodiac. And the God of Fortune, the one that oversaw this sort of race and all, frowns upon those who are born in that particular zodiac year, like Year of the Horse, Year of the Dragon, or whatever. There are subcategories of like, are you like Fire Horse or Water Dragon or whatever, but that's a completely different story. I'm trying to figure out what's what. But the point is, if it's your zodiac year...
Sorry.
Yeah, if it's your...
I'm just getting frustrated, because...
We must think. We must think. I feel like grenading the turret over there. Okay, so pretty much how it goes is that the God of Fortune will always put extra bad luck on those that are born within that zodiac year. And he does this for each animal every year. So if you were year of the, I think, was it year of the bull or cow or whatever, was that last year or something? Oh no, it was snake. It was snake. If you were born on the year of the snake, well, you are screwed. And because it's year of the horse, anyone born on the year of the horse is basically screwed. You'll get extra bad luck. I need to check what mine is.
Nice.
What am I?
There we go.
Well, fuck. I guess. Alright. That's where I am.
I'm pretty sure I am Water Rooster. By the by,
Yeah,
for the Chinese Zodiac thing, actually. Like,
I am under Wood Pig. Okay, Wood Pig. So, do you know about the how they interpret the elements, yeah. Fire, water, earth, metal.
Chinese zodiac thing. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no wind.
Why? Why is there no wind in the 5 elements?
So fire, water, earth, metal, and wood. And this also falls into the thing of feng shui too, because like fire feeds wood,
What are you doing?
but water puts out fire.
Yeah, makes sense.
What?
Yeah, and pretty much you don't want things with clashing elements together, otherwise you'll create bad feng shui, or you create bad synergies.
I don't know, Nate. I mean, how much do you trust this guy? It's not exactly like they're holding him at gunpoint.
I know. Yeah, it seems weird.
Hey! Got my shirt stolen again by Artemis.
No.
I can't stop that. Go nuts.
Which way were they headed?
Northish.
I just thought of an idea that would be really funny. Have you? Nah, Sergio, I can stole my hair.
Let's go.
Never mind. No story. No idea sharing.
We either rescue him or we beat the crap out of him.
Oh, wait, is this an infinite?
Hell, I might just beat the crap out of him anyway.
I'm going to bed soon, so I steal shirt. Fair enough, Artemis. What time is it? It's 9:21. All right. So there is still like another 30-ish minutes. We'll see how well.
Watch out!
We'll see how well I'm able to get through these, because apparently there's like 22 chapters in total. So if I can somehow get through like 12 or more chapters in the first stream, then I reckon that we'll be able to get through to like getting this game finished in a second stream, which I think would be which would be a lot more beneficial than trying to do it in threes. So
Okay, that is the weirdest synergy I've ever seen.
oh yeah, MTG.
Okay.
You're not. Wait, is it MTG or Zodiac stuff you're talking about right now?
No, it's MTG. I just make infinite rats.
Ah, okay.
How does something like this happen?
But the thing is, I say it's infinite, but I can die in the process.
Place with enough gunpowder to blow it wide open.
But in regards to all the Zodiac stuff, and all the feng shui, the Chinese are extremely superstitious about this.
Give me your other hand!
Drop the camera, Elena.
Let it go! Damn it!
Cool, thank goodness she did. I was worried for a minute she wouldn't. I was very worried she wouldn't. Hi there, Velk. Isn't it bad luck to be superstitious? I feel like that's a counter to say to people that are being superstitious.
Come on.
It's one of those, like, you know, like, misfortune to the ill-prepared kind of thing.
Yeah, there is this thing, like, apart from, you know, channeling the power of the universe, the yin, the yang, the 5 elements, and this is pretty much me basically talking about random cultivation nonsense as well. But you gotta respect the flow of things.
How's it going for you, Velk? I know it says that you were last playing Final Fantasy XIV, but I know you've been playing Wizardry 6, I think it was. Oop, shit. He just almost rolled to his death, but okay. And you'll just let me fall to my death there as well. There's no barriers. Wizardry 6 has been a time. You're lost, as is tradition. Wait, does the wizardry just leave you out in the open to do whatever the fuck you want, like, Minecraft? Alright. You're trapped in a castle, go nuts. I thought wizardry was like out in the open. So you're trying to get out of the castle, is it?
I see it. There he is.
I only know of Wizardry 8.
I haven't played any of the wizardries.
The only reason why I know of Wizardry 8 is because I watched Seth Scene-Tech's video on it.
Shoot the kill.
And let's just say, there's a lot of things that he talks about that summarize it in a very easy to understand form. Especially if it's meme related. But I wouldn't show any of that footage on stream.
Right up to the monastery.
Alrighty, we seem to be doing good timing for the Uncharted game, so... Oh.
Steam Bullet Fest, what is going on here?
Bullet hell, or just like riddled with bullet kind of video games on discount. So Steam is getting into a lot more.
God, they're being more specialized with their sales.
They are. Like, that is them being specialized. What's different is they are introducing more themes. So instead of it just being, like, publishers and what have you, it's like they will do things such as, like, oh, hey, let's do a, let's do one with, like, you know, all of our Croatian developers and such. Because here's the thing, is that so much of Steam is about the publishers more than the developers, despite, you know, what... Oh, shit, do not hit the...
I do recommend Enter the Gungeon. It's going for $4.39 AUD.
I think I've got that on in my Steam library already. I might give that a off-stream go, because it's a roguelike thing, isn't it?
It is a roguelike. There is co-op, like local co-op. I'm not sure if they've done online, but it's something that you actually have to try first.
Damn it.
As with roguelikes, you just got to, you know, you're very bad at the beginning, and then you're like, oh, I understand what I need to do now, and then you suddenly become OP.
Yeah, like Hades.
But I want to try and beat Hades on the first run. Like
that is not going to happen.
Oh, people already done it. There's actual dialogue if you can get to Hades on the first run.
No, I meant more like you. Sorry, Blue. I don't...
I
don't think people in my circles of, like, streaming friends and what have you are one of those, like, you know... I joked on your stream that, like, oh yeah, you're gonna start speedrunning Cooking Mama, aren't you? But fact of the matter is that you're not a... Like, my... like, you didn't want to do that at all.
I'm trying to route all bronze medals at the moment. No one has submitted a run for that. If I submit a run, I get world record instantly.
You will have to do at least a college try, however, because aren't, like, most speedruns meant to be, like, you know, only a few minutes long or something like that?
No, that's the misconception. Like, when you do a speed run for the first time, as in there's no record, there is no basis. You don't know how fast you can go. Mm-hmm. So there's always someone that establishes a base time, and then people will attempt to beat that base time, which then starts the race.
Okay.
Yeah, so from how you can, from what you've seen people go super fast, it took years for people to get where they're at. Like, Super Mario 64, 16 stars. Originally, it was pretty slow. Like, it was... People didn't even know you could beat the game with less than 70 stars.
But then they started, like, learning glitches and such. Yeah, but there's still, like, initial glitches and what have you shared and what have you, isn't there? Like, they don't just, like, go, oh, yeah, here's a point-blank... Here's a blank slate with no, like, attempts. Like, you just see, like, failures after another.
It takes a while to find all these glitches. It took, like, quite a bit for people to learn about BLJs or backwards long jumps, because it requires someone to be like, oh, do something stupid, and then they find out that you gain negative speed from jumping backwards. Yeah, imagine you're jumping backwards and you gain a tiny bit of speed.
Is this why there's those, like, videos in, like, Counter-Strike or Half-Life where people are just, like, B-hopping, or is it called?
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. Like, a lot of the time, people who do speedrun, especially if it's a brand new game, you'll know nothing about it. You'll know nothing about how the game works, code-wise. You don't know if there's any kill zones, any checkpoints or whatever. And then slowly over time, people start analyzing things.
Okay.
So, which is why, if you ever have a question about breaking a game, like you want to find out if something is possible, you always ask a speedrunner, especially if they're in the top 50.
Okay.
So if you want to somehow learn how to speedrun Final Fantasy 14 raids for some reason, well, you can see what the hell people are doing.
When you first mentioned, like, speed runs of Final Fantasy 14, I was like, I know there's, like, you know, completion dates. Like, I know there's people that rush for that. So what's funny enough is that apparently the most recent Ultimate raid that's been released, which is Dancing Mad Ultimate, which is, you know, the acronym obviously of Dancing Mad Ultimate is DMU, but I love how the community is like, you're fighting Kefka, you mad is what we're gonna call it for Ultimate Mad Dancing. So, but yeah, anywhoosies, apparently someone finally went through all the phases and it was done. No, they didn't. What do you mean, no, they didn't? We still haven't gotten someone to go through all phases of the Dancing Mad Ultimate? Because I'm pretty sure, like, if you're talking about we're not calling it You Mad, I'm pretty sure we are. I will get that tweet up of them, of, like, Final Fantasy 14 calling it, like, You Mad. They called it Kef Preg. I don't believe... That's even more ridiculous. Don't be fucking insane.
You know, I'm actually looking at some of the speedruns for Final Fantasy 14 right now, and some of it actually does shock me in terms of what platforms that people play on. Like, what's this freaking stage?
I wish I was kidding. Nah, because here's the thing, is that so there is a tweet, ding dong, from the check near the bottom. There's this tweet which opens with "You mad?" Like, I'm telling you, they are the Final Fantasy, like, what's a mahoozy? Is acronizing it as "You mad?" Yeah, so ding dong. Check your Discord. I am not checking my Discord for Kefka Preg. There's not even a punchline. It's just, I'm not checking Dancing Mad. I'm not checking out Kef Preg. Also, am I going the right way? Hopefully I'm going the right way.
Would you slow down? One of Eddie's goons could be up ahead.
Come on, we
Like the current world record for was it Sash Tasha that level? It's like 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Synced. This is a synced world records. And it was done on PS5.
This wasn't made by the Spanish. Take a closer look at the spikes.
You have got to be kidding me.
This is from our plane.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense, though.
Ooh.
Why would someone set traps like this when their own men are crawling all over the island?
They wouldn't. Something's been here since a trap was sprung.
At least in Materia. Well, Materia filled with...
Do you think
Materia is filled with randoms.
Do you hear that?
What the heck? What is all dungeons?
All dungeons, I'm guessing, is just them going through each and every dungeon. I don't know.
Oh, it is them going through every single bloody dungeon.
Yeah, you know what? It's probably nothing.
Okay, so apparently the world record for all dungeons is done by Lucy Cato from the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm.
They did it in 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 27 seconds, all dungeons. And that was done, and that's all solo.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Slowly making our way up.
I see him. No. Don't lose him.
Keep your head down. These guys have laser sights.
The heck is that?
Head down. Blast him.
Okay.
Oh, damn, that was a...
He's over there.
Which game currently has the most active players?
Depending on the charts, it's either going to be Counter-Strike or... Oh, hang on. It's usually there's usually like a competitive nature to it, but Counter-Strike is usually the highest
can't be
one.
far off if they've left their attack dogs.
I'm looking at active players for speed runs.
Oh, okay. I thought you just meant active players overall.
Oh, Counter-Strike, I would probably say is high up there. I'm not sure if it would be the highest.
Well, the only one
There's
that
some
like
weird contenders.
yeah, it used to be a thing where nearly every studio would do a thing of like, here's our, concurrent users or active subscribers and such like that. That used to be a thing, but then Blizzard had it for World of Warcraft, where it would just keep going up and up and up. But I think it was either Legion or one of their expansions after the after their first major apocalypse kind of expansion, they stopped presenting active subscriber numbers because there would just be this, reciprocal loop of you would see the number going down for Blizzard's most popular game, and so people didn't feel incentivized to go into a massive online multiplayer game, and because of people leaving, the numbers would go down, and by seeing the number go down, people started leaving. So it was a real just pain point there.
A real piece of work, isn't it?
Go ahead.
So it's only the only people that will bother is data entry purpose and such, where Steam technically has the numbers, and SteamDB will look for it.
He's over there.
Could you get shot in the head, please?
No!
Never mind, they will just kill me outright. Pain.
There they are!
What the heck?
You're looking at a
What? How do you speedrun Quiplash?
You get through the prompts as quickly as possible. That's my first.
It's legit. It's legit. Them just going through the prompts as fast as possible.
Okay, so now, ooh, does this mean I'm dual whip? No, it isn't. Okay, cool. I thought I was, but never mind.
Thanks a lot, Twitch, for showing me a Toy Story 5 ads again for like the 70th time.
If you don't want to deal with advertisements, you should get Twitch Turbo, so then that way no advertisement is run on any of the channels, or you can subscribe to your preferred streamers like me, GrantZeebs.
Nate, I've got a
You know what's funny? You can gift someone Turbo.
That's pretty cool.
Let's just find Sullivan.
It's funny. I've never seen it happen, but you can gift Twitch Turbo to somebody.
I'm guessing it's a bit of a weirdy one, because, like, you have to, it's like more of a like email recipient thing.
Oh no, you can legit go to someone's name in the chat and just be like, oh, I'm gonna gift Twitch Turbo to that person. It's the same like you can legit go over someone's name, and if you wanted to gift them a sub, so you make them sub to your channel through gift subs, or you could just straight up gift them Turbo, which is like, okay. Never seen it happen. I don't know if it contributes to a hype train.
Because that's the important thing, is whether or not it can contribute to the stats.
Yes.
Big damage. Alright, grab you. Grab the ammunition. Alright, so that's not open. Oh. Tunk. Cross. Jump across. Here we go. And you open.
Whoa!
I have no idea where this game is trying to direct me. Okay, hang on. Ear. Once again, like... You ever get that sensation where you think something is like just crawling in your ear, but instead it's just earwax that's just overbuilt, and it's just like, oh yeah, let me just leak out of your earlobe. Absolute terrifying. Or not terrifying, just annoying to deal with. Okay, I'm guessing this is the right way. Come on. What? What do you want from me, game? A jeweled silver cross, that would be kind of cool.
Nice job.
Okay, cool. So you needed me here. Alright.
Here, I'll hold that while you brace the gate open.
Oh my gosh, she's gonna brace. She's expecting me to hold this fucker open? It's made of iron and timber.
You ready?
Okay, let it go. Gently.
Oh!
I said gently.
Man, that would, IRL, that would crush you.
It would. Like, that thing is meant to be stopping, like, sieges and shit. You're not lifting that over your head. There we go.
Yeah.
Ow. Okay, next time use the...
Watch out!
Love this guy.
Watch it. We'll send your pieces home.
Don't let him get back!
Good thing I checked this corner, just in case. Okay, who the fuck is throwing grenades? Excuse me.
Yeah, bless you.
Thank you. Oh, what the shit? How did you get past me?
Here we go.
That must be the library. Over
Ugh,
there.
excuse me.
But we're not going
nose.
to waltz right in the front door. Let's find another way in. Scope things out.
Excuse me. Oh. So, Blue, what's the next thing you got going on in the near future?
What, apart from streaming and stuff?
Well, we can get started with the streaming question then, at the very least.
Well, Cooking Mama tomorrow, Xenoblade Chronicles Friday, Saturday. Got to stream on Sunday at 7 a.m. because...
Oh no, being awake at 7 a.m.
Oh no, I have to be awake earlier than that.
So you can stream at 7 a.m.
Yes.
I can understand why that's a bit of a...
On a Sunday?
Why do you need to wake up and stream by 7 a.m. on a Sunday, Blue? Why? This isn't a trick question. This is legitimately a question, Blue.
Oh, it's because I am part of a raid train.
Hey, that's cool. All right, all right. I was part of those in the past for... There was like a group of people doing Minecraft because there was like a cool like sponsorship thing that happened with it. So they were like, oh yeah, anyone that was like, you know, get people involved in that one as well. So what's the raid train... is it, sorry, raid train? Yeah, raid train. What's the game that all of you are going to be taking part in?
She worked in this little...
Oh, just do whatever we like.
She had a smile.
Okay, I actually need to change my schedule because I think
She just as soon
my
kill you
time
as
got
kiss you if She
changed.
caught you stepping out. Just a wee bit of a thing. She couldn't have been much more than 4 or
I do need to double check this.
Will you shut up, old man? You told us that one a dozen times already.
Oh, yeah, right. Of course I did. Memory's not what it used to be.
What the hell's taking you so long anyway?
Well, maybe you hadn't noticed, but most of these books are half rotten and written in Spanish.
Yeah, well, hurry it up. The boss is waiting on you. Hey!
Where am I looking at?
Ah, crap. I see him. Get down!
This better be worth it.
Oh, shit.
No, my time hasn't changed. It's just that they shuffled some people around.
Yeah, cool. So, sorry, I missed the... I may have missed your answer. What was the video game?
Oh, video game? Oh, everyone's just doing their own thing.
Oh, okay. So you have to figure out what it is you want to play at 7 a.m. It's not, oh, all of us are going to be playing X game or something like that.
It's gonna hurt you.
You're dead.
I'll do the freaking post for this later. I can't be stuffed doing it tonight.
Just schedule it. Just use buffer.com to schedule like posts across multiple social media accounts. Like do one for Twitter and then the other for Blue Sky and have them both sent out at the same time.
This all looks a little
Nah, I can't. That melatonin's about to kick in very, very soon.
Ah, okay. Well, when you're not being induced by your melatonin medication,
Stupid mistake.
when you're not induced by your melatonin, look up buffer. Actually, I'll give you a
If you
link.
had just for once kept your mouth shut.
And you might have thought of checking for a pulse before running off and leaving me for dead.
Hey, but the thing is, streaming as part of a raid train, you're like you only got like a set amount of time that you can go.
You're not gonna believe this.
And doing it early, it's like it's kind of. I feel like it's kind of relaxing.
Old Francis
In a
took
sense, because once you're done, you're like, oh, I could just chill out, do whatever the heck I want, and then it's just, oh, time to pass out again.
Once they realized I wasn't dead, I convinced Roman that they would never find the treasure without me. So I've been trying to mislead him ever since, waiting for you to show up.
Well, where are they now?
Well, they're chasing a little red herring I sent him on the other side of the monastery to get rid of him. Look.
This is all fine.
Had it all figured out. See, that's the symbol the Spanish used to mark their secret vault.
But I will say this, like, being part of a raid train is pretty good.
Oh yeah, no, it's a good thing.
vault.
It's good in the sense that you get to see what kind of people other streamers are like. You get to throw the community around to people that and other streamers that they may never ever heard of in their lives.
She's got a mean right hook.
I'll keep that in mind.
And there's also the thing where, like, dang, I'm part of this weirdo's chat. This guy seems fun.
I'm sure of it.
Alrighty then.
Something about these statues.
Morning, Vector Victor. Well, it's the evening for me, actually, so it's, you know, it's getting late into the evening. All right, let me have a look at this map. So, Matthew to the north, Luke to the south, John to the east, Hank to the west. All right, so we go from northeast, southwest. We go Angel, Hawk, Goat, Griffin. Angel, Hawk, Goat, Griffin.
My goodness. I need to ask Artemis something later.
Oh boy.
And I think it's something they may like.
Alright, so... Angel...
Ah, yes.
Okay.
It's a clothing idea, but as much as I want to say what the idea is, I'm trying to stay awake. I'm trying.
Angel, Hawk, Goat is south. And then... Yeah!
Oh my god, freaking happy heart drugs.
Yes, happy heart drugs. You
It
have
just
you have melatonin, which is the very serious
this looks
word.
familiar.
Like, all it does is that it just increases my level of melatonin to help induce sleep.
Oh, there we go. Another treasure. A golden cup and cover. Nice. Alright, so...
I think I was told by my GP...
The inverted torch.
Too much iron in your blood. Yeah, too much iron. You probably need to cut back on red meats. This is why I eat chicken and fish more.
I'm very thankful that the problems that I have are not like, you know, high blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol, or anything like that. But I've definitely had to, like, you know, deal with weight problems and what have you.
Okay.
And
You two sit tight. I'm gonna check things out.
Whoa,
yeah, I'm glad that
not going out there
with
alone.
the things going off in my life that there isn't that many
one person will make a lot less noise than
complications,
three.
I should say.
I would say that I am happy to see that you're making what you would consider significant progress in what you want.
There hasn't been much change or improvement over the last few months, I will be frank with you, but you know.
Be careful.
I'm kind of in a good spot.
I did not see that.
I don't,
idiot.
Sheesh, I don't know how I would feel if I gifted Jack this game called Kill the Crows.
Land of the Dead.
Do it.
Here we go.
Jack can always reject it if they don't want the video game.
It's on sale. $3.75.
Oh hey, there's another treasure over there. Golden Inca vessel. Alright, I can't remember which chapter I'm in explicitly. I know we were in at least chapter 2 by this point, or chapter 12. And from what I've been told, there are 22 chapters in total. So I think we've at least hit the halfway point. I can barely see where Nathan Drake is
Gotta
going.
love, hate it when your health problems come from your bloodline. You're just like, damn it.
Damn it, peer pressure of the rudest regard.
It's peer pressure from your ancestry. Your freaking ancestors have bestowed
Actually,
upon
no,
you a
tradition.
blessing and a curse.
It is the most it's the most annoying tradition of your family. Health problem, hereditary health problems.
Hereditary health problems. It's like, where can we trace this back? You just like, what crossroad caused this to happen?
Yep.
And you're like, it's like, I knew it. It's all thanks to my great 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 grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how dare you?
There we go. Thank you for the torchlight, guiding me my way. My iron is fine. High blood pressure is due to excessive curves and family history of blood pressure. Damn. It's annoying when, like, the aspects that make a lady sexy give them health problems.
It's the universe's way of nerfing you because they know you're too powerful, so they have to give you some debuffs. It's like building a character in Project Zomboid. You gotta take some bad perks just so you can get more points in good perks.
This badass bitch is gonna get too many men. We need to give her health problems.
It's like, god damn it, why did I build this build? And then you're like, oh right, it was very optimal for the points. It's like, sure, I might need a piss more, but in exchange, I gain extreme resilience to, you know, society. Or like, oh, I may have some issues mentally, but in exchange, I gain the ability to learn skills at a faster rate, or in this case, a 20% XP gain on all skills.
ADHD trait. You get a 20% and like XP gain rate, but you get a neg 20% max level.
No,
actually, no. You would get a 20% XP gain, but you would get a neg on your stamina.
Take care, Artemis.
Two bells resound in perfect harmony.
No, like how I think it is with ADHD, you gain the ability to complete tasks faster, but the thing is, your task changes every 5 minutes. So you got a quest log, but that quest log will always keep changing the main objective.
There we go.
All right.
Dear Zeebs and Blue, I must be away to bed in the land of summer to get enough sleep before 5 a.m. so I don't shoot the stupid tomorrow at work.
We got all the clues right here.
Best of luck with that, Artemis. What time? Oh, it's 10 o'clock for me. So this is actually a good time as any for me to actually end the stream here, actually.
Yeah, so for me, I feel like I gotta go put food away. I think I'll just buy lunch tomorrow.
I got my food sorted, so...
Yeah, I'll just buy lunch tomorrow. Like, I can't be stuffed making anything. Like, and I'll just use leftovers for the day after's thing.
Sounds good. Alrighty then. I got the music playing in the background now. I can now move on over to this section here while we do the oh so important, like, you know, end of the stream. Yay, thank you honestly, I'm kind of pleased with myself with how far I was able to go with this game. Actually, I'll need to remember to save, and it will actually tell me where I am in the save. I am, let's see, it says, let's see. 72% of the campaign complete. Amazing. So I'm already like I'm already like, you know, like 3/4 of the way, 2/3 plus. So that is going to be good for me. Perfect opportunity to enter the console into rest mode. I will be picking up more Uncharted Drake's Fortune Friday night because, you know, I wasn't too sure what it is I wanted to play today, and, you know, Friday and such like that when I first got back from, you know, my holiday camping and such like that with my girlfriend. But I now have an idea. I've talked to Blue and Velk and such like that on some plans for next week as well. So this is going to be, hopefully, all this will be going fairly well. Great stream, enjoyed. I hope I can catch the next one. 7 a.m. for me. Oh gosh, Sinjo. The next one is probably going to be the same sort of time as well, unfortunately. So, all right. You know, let's go and raid into... Let's see, where is Geralt Hart at? They are a Final Fantasy XIV person, and they're trying to get through the UMAD, what's-a-mahoozy, so...
Why are you mad?
It's the... All right, here's the raid message. Because they're trying to go through UMAD, we're gonna go with the a simple raid message of UMAD, and then if you don't have the emotes, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes. Keck W emotes are probably like the good ones, like these guys, but I will be using my ones. But yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. I will be picking up on more Uncharted Friday night. Blue, thank you so much for dropping into the stream and keeping me a little bit of company for the last hour. I greatly appreciate it. You will be streaming tomorrow, is that it? Is that right?
Yes.
Awesome. Alrighty then. For everyone else, thank you for coming along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Artemis, I hope you have a good sleep. Thank you for the raids, Ethereum, if you're still here. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And if I don't see you Friday night, hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Remember our raid message.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.